How are we doing today? Well, welcome to day two of the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Summit. Wow, if you're like me, I'm sure you learned quite a lot yesterday. We're able to tackle some pertinent issues. And one thing that kept on reiterating in my mind, you know, it was when Dr. Motorayo said, so far as you have a brain, you can actually have a mental health issue. So nobody is spared. Nobody is spared. And then we also got to know that the longer the untreated period for a mental illness is, the more difficult it is to go back to the pre-morbid state. And we're also told that we shouldn't self-diagnose. You know, even if your child is showing some symptoms and everything, don't just assume. It's always good to seek the opinion of a professional. And as if what we learned yesterday was not enough, we're back here today to learn more, to talk to more professionals. Before we left yesterday, we had Dr. Mary, but she couldn't continue with her session. So we'll be bringing her on today, now, actually. So I'll just quickly run through, Doctor's Mary's information in case you've forgotten. So Dr. Mary is a certified sleep therapist at Alpha Academy. And she works at the Lista's Wellbeing and Recovery Center, where she leverages her expertise in sleep disorders and emotional wellness, combining compassionate care with evidence-based therapies. She delivers personalized support to individuals. Dr. Mary is a dedicated mental health advocate. She actively engages in humanitarian initiatives, promoting awareness and access to mental health resources for communities. Driven by a passion for transformative care, Dr. Mary's work embodies a commitment to improving lives and fostering lasting recovery. Join me as I welcome Dr. Mary. Okay. Good afternoon,
Thank
Ma.
you. Good afternoon,
Nice
ma'am.
to
Good
have
afternoon,
you.
everyone.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, nice to
Okay.
be here. So let me make that correction quickly. I am
Okay.
a psychologist Mary, not
Okay,
doctor.
okay, not doctor. Okay, that's thank you so much for that correction. So the floor is all yours, Ma. You can start. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to be discussing about sleep disorders in children and adolescents this afternoon. The objective is for us to explore common sleep disorders in children and adolescents and provide actionable recommendation to these disorders, right? So before we go, I'm going to be talking about what sleep is. Sleep in general is just natural state of mind where uh, we just rest our mind, basically rest our mind and our brain. It's a way of a pause, kind of pausing every other thing so that we can rest, our cells can regenerate, and we can reboot to be able to face other the activities of the next day. Right. So, what are sleep disorders? Sleep disorders are like a condition where somebody cannot be able to begin sleep, let's say initiate sleep, that's begin sleep or maintain the sleep, which is initiating and remaining on that sleep state for the number of hours that is needed for that person. So when the person is unable to begin or initiate sleep or begin sleep or maintain the sleep for the number of hours that is needed for that person, it means that the person is having a sleep disorder. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to be talking about the needs, sleep needs of children according to their age. So we understand that infants sleep more than other children, like school age children or maybe teenagers. But even before they become, from when they are from birth, they like sleep in and out. They don't really have like a sleep cycle. So most of the time you find out that sleeping even more than 16 hours for infant. But when after that initial stage of birth, it is expected that an infant gets 12 to 16 hours of sleep. For school children of school age, it is expected for them to get 10 to 13 hours, while school age children are 9 to 11 hours, and then teenagers is expected to get up to 8 to 10 hours of sleep, right? So we're going to see how important sleep is in the life of children and adolescent. So the three major importance of sleep we're going to be looking at is for physical health, cognitive function, and emotional regulation. First, looking at physical health, the importance of sleep as physical health, we know that sleep is something that it helps the like the vital is vital for growth, for body repair, for body regeneration, and also for the organs and tissues regeneration in the body. That's when if you were talking about the physical health importance of sleep. Then the next one is the cognitive function. For a growing child or a teenager, enough having good sleep can improve their cognitive function. When we talk about cognitive function, it means that have been able to have the ability to solve problems, uh, including like better concentration during school, learning in school, better concentration in their daily activities, and then improved memory. That's when it comes to better cognitive function. For children that do not have a good sleep routine, or maybe they are fighting some form of sleep disorders, they have problem with cognition. Then the next one is um, sorry. The next one is an emotional regulation. Of course, sleep is important for children so that they don't go about having some form of irritability during the day, like feeling moody, feeling like not interested in doing the things they need to do during the day and all that. So having good sleep can help you have a happy child that's not moody, is not irritated, not feeling anxious, and is going about his or her daily activities very well as a child should be. Next, we'll look at common sleep disorders. So among these, we have other sleep disorders, but these are the most common ones that you find among growing children and teenagers. So, of course, these sleep disorders, it doesn't mean that as adults we don't have these forms and this type of sleep disorders also disturbing and experience this kind of sleep disorders, but we do. But this is the ones that are very, very peculiar to growing children and teenagers. The first one is insomnia. Insomnia, when a child has insomnia, it means that the child has been unable to initiate sleep, or is unable to maintain. It can begin the sleep, which is initiating sleep, but it's unable to maintain the sleep for the period of time in which that child is supposed to have their sleep. And in insomnia, when we talk about insomnia, we have different types of insomnia. We have acute insomnia, which means that it is just within like a week to like 2 weeks. We have chronic insomnia, We have then severe insomnia. For chronic insomnia is more than 2 weeks and above. Then for severe insomnia, it means that this child has not been able to sleep well for a period of uh 3 months and above. In that way, we see a child having, maybe in a week, the child is unable to initiate and maintain sleep for like three days in a week, or maybe 4 days in a week for the period of 3 months. In that way, we see that the child is having severe insomnia. Then the next sleep disorder we have here is sleep apnea. For sleep apnea, you find out that the child is having like difficulty with breathing. Is You find the child waking up and gasping for like air, wanting to like feeling like he's choking in his or her sleep. That's called sleep apnea. Basically, the child's nostrils or airways are blocked during sleep. So this disorder can also affect a child and make a child not even want to, when it's night time, the child will not even want to think about going to bed or wanting to sleep. It can come about with sleep deprivation, which is like sleep disorder. Then the next one we're talking about is nightmares and night terrors. So for nightmares and night terrors, most time it comes with children being sometimes gisting in school, maybe when they're talking about someone and watching a movie, or maybe they've watched a movie somewhere and it's terrifying, and at night it's now like coming back in their dreams. At night they wake up, you find out that they have sleep disturbances, and they wake up feeling frightened and not wanting to go back to bed. Then the last one we'll be looking, which is really common among children, is leg syndrome. Restless leg syndrome. For the restless leg syndrome, we see that the children most of the time wake up having wounds on their leg. Why? Because they are sleeping and their legs are not really resting, their legs are not still. It's maybe hitting the wall, and they are unable to they are waking up with some wounds on their legs and all that. So sleeping should be like comfortable. The child should not be having like pains in any part of their body and all that. But for restless leg syndrome, you find out that this child is maybe waking up with some pains, or going back to bed with some pains as a result of the hitting of the leg, or hitting somebody, their partner. Maybe there's someone they're sharing the bed with, they hit the person on the bed and all that. So that being said, we're going to talk about signs of sleep disorders. That's when we say signs, it means that things that you see for a child. These signs means that the behavioral things that you can see, how a child that is having sleep disorder behaves, that you can see and notice. Of course, it is not it is not cast on stone that a child that is having sleep disorder must behave this way. It might be something else, but most of the time you see children having difficulty waking up during in the morning, because they have not been able to sleep very well. You see a child having irritability or mood swings during the day. Then you see a child having poor concentration in school. Concentration is really, really poor in school. Or maybe even when you're conversing with the child, even at home, the child is not concentrating. You're sending the child, this child is not really concentrating on what you're telling the child. So that's and like kind of the behavioral indicators, what you see a child, how a child that is having sleep disorder behaves. Then the last one is frequent daytime sleepiness. You see a child nodding even in class, or when they're playing with other children. It's daytime, they're supposed to be playing with other children. You see a child sitting and nodding, like he's feeling sleepy during the day. Then we're going to go to the physical symptoms of sleep disorders. So these physical symptoms include snoring. You all know when the child is snoring, when the child sleeps, gasping for air. Most times, gasping for air comes with a child that is having apnea. The child wakes up gasping for air during the night because the nostrils are or airways are kind of blocked. Then you see feeling sleepy during the day, or maybe like unusual movements. The child is kind of having unusual movements. For a child that is having restless leg syndrome, you see them having movements when even when they are sleeping. You see them having movements like they want to walk, or they feel like they want to run while asleep. Next, next slide, please. Okay, we're going to be looking at the causes, impact, and recommendation of sleep disorders. So first, we'll look at the causes. The three major causes of sleep disorders are biological factors, environmental factors, and psychological factors. When we say biological factors, it means that sleep disorder can be it can be hereditary, like it can be passed from one generation to the other. Maybe the child has a parent and an uncle, a relative that's been having sleep disorder before. The child can come up with having a sleep disorder. Then for biological factors also, we have neurodevelopmental disorders. A very perfect example is ADHD. For a child that is having an ADHD, it's possible that the child may come up with having sleep disorder. Next is the environmental factor. So the sleep environment of a child is very, very important. Is the environment noisy? Is it comfortable? Is it dark? Is the temperature conducive for this child? So if these things are not well checked, maybe the environment is not dark enough, the temperature is not conducive, there's noise everywhere, the child does not observe screen time, is always on the screen, and having um always being on the screen is not relaxing, it's stimulating the brain. It doesn't allow the brain to note that it's time for me to relax and sleep. So having a good environment or having noisy environment can be a factor, or an environment that is not conducive temperature wise, temperature is not conducive for the child, can cause sleep disorder. Then we move to the third one, which is psychological factors. Children also come up with anxiety, stress, and depression. Of course, having anxiety can make a child not be able to sleep at night. And then stress, having a stressed child, we all know what stress is, we understand what stress is. And also mood disorders, which is what we call depression, can affect a child's sleep. The next, we'll be talking about impact on development. Impact means the effect on development of a child, the effect of sleep disorder on the development of a child. So we have the cognitive effect, and emotional effect, and physical health effect. For cognitive effect, you could remember when I was talking about importance of sleep for children. The sleep cognitive effect, it comes with impaired memory, lower academic performance. So while I was explaining the importance of sleep for children, you could see when I explained about improved cognition. A child that does not have very good sleep, that is having sleep disorder, will come up with impaired memory and lower academic performance because the child is unable to focus during lessons. The child is having problem remembering what he or she is being taught, and the child cannot be able to be creative enough because it's having an impaired memory, or like the cognition is distorted. Then emotional effect, increased risk of anxiety and depression. Of course, a child that is always feeling irritated, is moody, and all that as a result of the sleep disorder may come up with having anxiety and depression. Then physical health, a child that's having sleep disorder is prone, because is not having enough sleep as he or she should, is prone to come up with having obesity and weakened immune system. When we say weakened immune system, it means that the child cannot be able to fight diseases that attacks his her body. Then we move to recommendation for parents. First on the list, we have establish a sleep routine. Having a sleep and wake time is very, very important for children. In fact, for everybody, because uh, night time is the time which we sleep, and daytime is the time we wake up. It helps our body to rest. Sleep helps our body to rest, to be able to face the next day. So having a consistent sleep schedule, even during weekends or holidays, is very important for children, as it helps the brain to know that at this time of the day is when the is when I'm supposed to sleep. At this time of the day is when I'm supposed to wake up. If the child does not have a consistent routine that way, the routine is scattered, it affects the sleep of the child. For some days, the child might not be able to have enough sleep. For some days, he or she would have enough sleep, and that's not too good for the child. Then the next one is create a sleep friendly environment. The environment should be dark, quiet, and cool. Why do we recommend that the environment should be dark? We recommend it should be dark because darkness is what gives signals the brain to start working with um, melatonin. Melatonin is the hormone that helps to initiate sleep and wakefulness. When light starts coming during the day in the morning, that is when we start feeling, it signals the brain that okay, it's morning and we are now awake. But during the night, it signals the brain to start initiating sleep. So darkness the brain helps signals the brain to produce enough melatonin for the child to initiate sleep. And the environment should be quiet enough for the child to be able to maintain their sleep when they have been able to initiate sleep. And the temperature of the room should be cool. It shouldn't be too cold for the child. It shouldn't be too hot. It shouldn't be hot. It should just be conducive enough such that the child can be able to sleep throughout the night without having like feeling hot or feeling cold during the night. Then limit screen time. Reduce exposure to screen at least 1 to 2 hours before bed. Why do we recommend that? It's because the blue rays that comes from the screen, maybe the television, the pads, the phone that these children use, will not be able to, it is stimulating for the brain. It stimulates the brain and does not allow the brain to relax. So it is important that the brain relax when it's close to bedtime to be able to initiate sleep. So it is recommended that when children are not do not feel to like going to bed at that time and it's already 1 to 2 hours to their bedtime, it is recommended that storybooks are being read for them, or you give them the storybook to read, or you read the storybooks for their hearing. It helps them relax and then initiate sleep. The fourth one for parents is monitor diet. So avoid caffeinated drink. It's not just caffeinated drink for children. For some children who are hyperactive with sugar, children are different. For some children, when they take sugary drinks, they are very, very hyperactive. It is important that you note this and you do not give your child sugary drinks when it's close to bedtime, so that they can be able to relax and um, initiate sleep. And then heavy meals are not too good during when it's close to bedtime also. It is important we give children uh, very light meal for them to be able to feel good, because a child that is overfed will not feel comfortable to go to bed. The next is recommendation for teachers. So for teachers, they need to be awareness to recognize signs of sleep deprivation in students. Are you having a child that is always sleeping in class? Are you having a child that is always feeling irritated, is moody, is not interested, is not paying attention to what the teacher is saying? Then you should check for sleep disorder. Then flexible scheduling of time periods for teaching. Allow for rest periods when possible. Allow children to have time to rest when possible. Then education, promote healthy sleep habits in the classroom. It is important for teachers to teach their students healthy sleep habits. Maybe it is important also for them to know what sleep hygiene is, what they need to do when it's close to bedtime, and what they need to do when they're about to go to bed. This sleep hygiene, having them know them at the tip of their hands, can help them to uh, maintain good sleep routine. Then communication, share concerns with parents if sleep issues are observed. This concerns does not really, it depends on the policy that the school has. Some schools will allow parents to
Can we? It's like she's gone, right? Temitayo, is it me or just her?
Yeah, she's gone.
Okay, so I guess she will join us. But while we're waiting for her, please, we can also drop questions in the comment section for those who are watching. Let's drop questions in the comment section. She's going to join us in a few minutes. So let me go to the background and
Okay. Well, so if you have any question, please let's drop the questions. And now we know that melatonin works best in where everywhere is dark. So when we want to sleep, I know there's some people who would say, "Oh, I don't like sleeping in when everywhere is dark. I want to see." Well, maybe that's what's causing the sleep disorder that you're experiencing, because melatonin works best when everywhere is dark. And not just dark, it has to be warm, it has to be cool, where you have to sleep have to be cool and quiet. Okay, so sometimes we need to pay attention to all these. And for parents who always say, "Oh, my child, before she sleeps, she tries to, or my child watches something on my phone, and that calms my child down, and then my child sleeps off." Now we know that that's not a good practice, because an hour, 2 hours before your child actually goes to bed, you're meant to put away every gadget, because of the blue rays of light, that might actually prevent that child from sleeping well. because the adverse effect of sleep disorder is actually very, 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 very serious. One of which is the cognitive effect. You have children who are performing poorly academically. Even some parents would actually um, maybe employ a lesson teacher for their child, and yet the child is not doing well. Maybe what you really need to check is the sleep pattern of the child. Another thing that is worthy of discussion is parents need to talk to their children's teachers in school. We need to talk to them. Okay. Someone says we can't hear again. Please let me know if it's from my end
No, that was there. No, we
or
can hear you. No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
okay, awesome, awesome. So yeah.
So let me say something. Yesterday you were asking a question. You said, "What does a child as how can a child have sleeping disorder?" So now
Honestly,
you've gotten your answer right.
I have.
Okay, so you can see that children too have sleeping disorder. Like I said yesterday, I said there was a school we went to, and you won't believe it. Most of the children were complaining about the fact that they wake up too early. Oh, I wake up too early. Or they say, oh, when I wake up, I'm so tired. And we asked them, what time do you go to sleep? You won't believe most of these children go to sleep as at 11, 12. I
Wow,
was like, really? And they're to wake up
wow.
around 5. So based on what psychologist Mary said, children need long hours of sleep, minimum
Hours
of
of
10
sleep.
hours. Yes. So minimum of 10 hours, especially for younger children. So if you're here, you're a parent and you have younger children, ensure you have a specific time they go to bed and a specific time that they wake up, because when you have this routine, it helps your children. I know the thing about the brain registers our routine. I know what they say, that if you do something continuously for 21 days, it becomes what? A habit. So as parents, please let's ensure that we have a specified time for them to go to bed and a specified time for them to get up. So I think psychologist Mary is back.
Okay.
Let me see. Hi, hi. Thank you so much. So, can you hear us? Hello? We need you to talk to know if you can hear us.
YouTube thing.
Hello? Do you want to use another device? Okay, so let's wait. Hello? We can't hear us. So let's continue. So, like I was
Okay.
saying,
I,
as
I, I
parents,
wanted to I wanted to chip in that
okay.
it doesn't just okay, I think she's back.
Hello,
Hello,
can you
Ma.
hear us? Psychologist Mary, can you hear us? You can't. Can you please speak up?
And I can't say anything.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Okay, let me move her. So continue with your conversation. You were
Yeah, I
saying
wanted to
something.
say that it doesn't just affect the children alone, even with the parent. Because when you wake up in the
Absolutely.
morning and you try to wake your child up and the child is cranky, it's like a ripple effect. You get hungry and then your child spoils your day, you beat the child, you start shouting in the morning. And that's why in most homes, there's always a war, a fight going on in the morning. The parents want the child to do something, but the child hasn't gotten enough sleep and the child is cranky and it's just messy. So I think having a sleep
Absolutely.
pattern helps a lot. It helps a lot. Like
Absolutely.
you should. I think we should send our children to bed around 7 or 8 if they're waking up by 6 a.m. in the morning. So
Absolutely.
that means they should hit their dinner around 6. So structure works a lot. It works. It works. It works. It works like magic. It
Absolutely.
actually does.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So let's go back to psychologist Mary. Let's see if she can hear us now. Hello, ma'am. Psychologist Mary, can you hear us? Hello. Psychologist Mary. Uh-oh. Network, don't do this to me. We're enjoying this our conversation.
Yes,
We were
hello, can you hear me?
we were enjoying her conversation. Let me go back to her. Let me go back to the back and let me chat with her and find out what's happening. My messages are not dropping for now. Mary. Okay, say hello, Mary. Hello. Is our video moving?
Yes,
Hello,
yes,
can
it
you hear
is.
me?
Okay. Mary, can you say something? Can you hear us? Please check your WhatsApp. I left a message for
Hello,
you on WhatsApp. Please check.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. We can hear you. Great. Yes, we can. Can you hear Temtel?
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay, so let's go to the back. Continue with your presentation, please. Thank you. Hello? Wow. Okay, she's actually almost done with her slides anyway. She was talking about recommendations for teachers and she was talking about recommendations for professionals. So for teachers, she said that teachers they need to be observant of the children in school. They need to ensure that the child, they need to look out for the child, ensure that the child, if the child is the one that is sleeping, they need to speak with the parents and ensure that they let the parents know, depending on the policy of the school, they need to let the parents know that this is what they've observed concerning the child. Now, she has here recommendation for professionals. So we have other professionals who are here who are actually listening to us. And part of the things they need to understand is that when you have a child that comes to your office, either due to the fact that the parents are complaining the child is always tired, and you've done all the necessary investigation, all the necessary screening, and there is nothing wrong physically with the child, it's important that you check the child's sleep cycle and sleep pattern. And that's where the professional needs to do a sleep screen test to see if the child is sleeping right, if the child has the ability to initiate sleep, if the child has the ability, if the child is maintaining sleep. Okay, I think she's back. Hello, Mary. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes,
Okay,
I
I was
can hear
actually concluding for you. You see, that's why it's very good to be learned and to be more well informed. I've understudied Mary
Yeah.
in the office. I listen to her when she has have this conversation for me to actually know the next thing to do. So, Mary, over to you. So, just conclude with your. We're talking on recommendation for the teachers. Then, before you go to
Okay.
recommendations for professionals, thank you so much, Mary. Mary, hi. Any problem? Uh oh. It's like the network is really okay. So I guess I'll have to conclude it, pending the time she can speak up. So she was talking. So here we're talking about the recommendation for professionals. So if a child comes to like consulting room, you're a professional, you're a doctor, or you're a nurse, or a child comes to the consulting room complaining of body aches, complaining of fatigue and all that, and you've done all the necessary physical examination, and you realize that there's nothing physically wrong with the child, it's very important as a professional that what we call you do what we call a sleep screen test. This is to assess if the child is sleeping right or sleeping well. And part of the things you need to know as a professional is if the child can initiate
What's
sleep. We
wrong
can
with
hear
your
you,
phone? Why
Mary.
is it going off anyhow? Is the charger?
If you can initiate sleep, if the child can initiate sleep and if the child can maintain sleep. When we talk about a child in his sleep, initiating sleep is the child is able to go to bed and is able to sleep. We have some children who find it very difficult to sleep because they'll just be tossing, they'll be turning, they'll get up, they're sleeping, they'll come out, mommy, I can't sleep. The mommy is okay, go back and sleep. The child will be on the bed, turning and tossing, and the child is not able to sleep. So as parents, when you go to professional and professional say, oh, there's nothing physically wrong with the child, ensure you ask the professional to do a sleep screening test.
Can we
Mary, okay,
use your
so
phone?
please conclude. Please conclude so we can answer questions. Okay. Mary, Okay, so it seems I will be the one to conclude this eventually. So another thing she has here is that as professionals, you need to do the screening to know if the child has a sleep disorder. Then the second is intervention. What are the intervention? You need to refer the child to a sleep therapist, someone like Mary, a sleep therapist who would provide the parents who she's so part of the things she would do is behavioral therapy. She also would do some what we call sleep hygiene for the child. If you remember when Dr. Motrayo was around, Dr. Motrayo said when it comes to the management of mental health, that one doctor cannot just handle a child's mental health a child's any child's mental disorder, that mostly there's a team that we use. So the team is called the multidisciplinary team. The multidisciplinary team comprises of different professional in the medical industry, in the medical field. So you have the psychiatric doctor, you have the psychologist, you have the sleep therapist, you have the pharmacist, you have the occupational therapist. So many people come together, so many professionals come together to form the multidisciplinary team. So, for example, the child has gone to a doctor, the parents are taking the child to a doctor, and the child is not feeling too well. The child is, there's fatigue, there's sadness, and there's nothing physically wrong with the child. It's important that the doctor refers to a sleep therapist. Okay, Mary, let's see. Can you say anything, Mary? Hello, Mary.
Okay. All right. So while we're waiting for psychologist Mary and Mrs. Oluwatoyin Komi to join us, do you have any question in the chat box? Do we have any question? Okay, I can't see any question for now. Okay, I think psychologist Mary is coming back on. So while we are waiting for them, I want you to drop something in the chat box that you learned today, something, that really struck you. I want you to drop it in the chat box, something you heard and you're like, oh my God, really? Okay, welcome
Hello, can you
back.
see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but your video is not moving. But now
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Hold on,
see you,
let's see this
psychologist
time.
Mary. We can see you. Can you hear me? We can
Can
actually
you
see
hear
you.
me?
Yes, I can hear everybody now. Network. Okay, I hope everybody can see me. I can see Mr. Mitara. I can see psychologist Mary. I hope you can hear me. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. We can see you now.
Okay.
We can, yeah.
Okay. Can you see Miss Psychologist Mary? Can you see her?
Can you
Yes.
hear me now?
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you. So I guess you just conclude, then ask questions.
Okay. Okay, so we're still expecting questions. Can you please drop your questions in the chat box so we can ask psychologist Mary before she leaves? And for those who don't have a question, you can actually drop your aha moment. Something you heard from her today and you're like, oh my, I didn't know anything at all. For me, I said, I never knew that melatonin works best in a dark environment. So most times when I'm sleeping, I have my lamp, my bedside lamp is always on. And now I know that that might not be a good practice. So when I'm sleeping tonight, I'm going to turn off the lamp. So that was an aha moment for me. So share with us, share with us, what is that one thing, that you heard today that really made you think about your regular practices? Another thing she said was that if you're not having enough sleep, it can actually affect one's physical health, and that obesity has actually been linked to sleep deprivation. So maybe all the calories we're trying to count,
Can you
all
see
the
me, please? Can you see me, please?
yes,
Miss Temitayo, can you see me?
yes, we can see you, Ma.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so do we have questions? Miss Mary is out. Psychologist Mary is she's out for now. So if you have any question, one of the question I wanted to ask was what about adolescents? Because one of the things I've noticed in mental health, one of the things I've noticed in children and adolescent mental health services is that we have quite a lot number of adolescents who don't sleep, and because they're not able to sleep, they tend to use other means to sleep. And that's where some of them now go into addiction, drug use, and drug
Abuse. Hello, Ma.
Can you hear me?
You went off for a bit, but you're back. Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so the question I wanted her to well, I wanted to ask was, what about teenagers? Okay, some people already asked, what are the tips for teenagers? Because
Mm,
working in the child and adolescent mental health service department in our organizations, I've noticed that most of the individuals that come into the center for substance use disorder, maybe addiction and all that, some of them will say because they couldn't sleep, that was why they started using XYZ. I don't want to mention medication, any drug here, because they couldn't sleep. That was why they went
mm,
into using drugs. And in the process of using drugs, they became addicted to those
addicted.
substances. I've even had a case where this one is an adult, because he couldn't sleep, started using injectables. And, so
Wow.
what advice would she have for older teenagers and young adults? What advice? Is it the same sleep hygiene that do they need to have the same sleep hygiene when it comes to them going to bed, switching off the light, ensuring the environment is the temperature is cool? Because you said something about the temperature of the room not being too hot and not being too
Not too
cold. That the
cold.
temperature of the room needs to be cool so that the child will be comfortable and sleep all through. So I'm wondering
Mm.
this should be the same for adults and older teenagers. So since so we have so many questions here. Somebody says, I mean, how many hours of sleep should a teenager have normally? Then Jane says, please, what are the tips for teenagers? So I guess I would need to.
There's another question. Ajay Oluwaseun says children love to sleep, same as teenagers. So, what's a medical period or normal sleeping hours that one should have in order to avoid oversleeping? So, I think she also needs to tell us about oversleeping, because some people are actually oversleeping. You know, for instance, if a child, yes,
Okay. Okay, but the number of hours for children and teenagers, if I remember her saying it, she said for children about 10 hours upwards.
she said
Okay, she said
infants,
for infants
12 to
12 to
16 hours.
16
Yeah.
hours. She said for toddlers 11 to 14 hours. For school preschool 10 to 13 hours. Then children of school age 9 to 12 hours. Then teenagers 8 to 10 hours. So I got it. So teenagers 10 hours, children above 10 hours.
Yeah.
So I think we've answered that question, Miss Jane. And Oluwaseun say, how many hours of sleep should a teenager have normally between 8 to 10 hours for teenagers. Then for young children, preschool children, between the hours of 10 to 12. Then for school age children, between the hours of 10 to 12. Then preschool, between the hours of 10 to 13 hours. Then toddlers, 11 to 14 hours. So parents who give their children devices to sleep, it is not good. It's not a good practice, because the brain will still, the devices would stimulate, the blue ray or the blue light from the devices would stimulate the brain, and when it stimulates the brain, the child will not be able to sleep. So we just want to say thank you for joining us for this first segment. Let me check if the second speaker is here while our moderator.
All right. Wow. Wow. So I think we've been able to answer your question, Mr. Luashel. So for a teenager, they should sleep for 8 to 10 hours. Yes, 11 to 14 hours, Miss Jane, is actually for infants. Infants, but for preschoolers, those who have started going to school, maybe preschool one, preschool two, nursery one, they should have between 10 to 13 hours. And then for school age, like primary school, they should have 9 to 11 hours. So I think it's a good practice if we allow children go to bed by 8 p.m. at most. So which means some can go to bed by 7 p.m., while others can go to bed by 8 p.m. And then they can sleep all the way and wake up around 6. And that's pretty much 10 hours, which is very, very good practice. All right. Is there any other thing you learned from today's session that is worthy of note? You can drop it in the comment section and I will read it out. Is there something, in the comment, in the course of psychologist Mary's discussion, is there something she said that you really held on to? You can share that in the comment section and then I will read it out. So for me, I mentioned about the melatonin, that I just got to know that it works best when everywhere is dark. So that's why when you want to sleep at night, it's a good practice for you to turn off all the lights so you can have a good night's sleep. I wish she mentioned, or I wish she was still here. I would love to ask her that, how about music? Some people would say, if I want to sleep at night, I love to play music. So can we play music? Does it help with the melatonin? I would have really loved to ask that question. All right. If there's something you heard during our discussion today, please drop it in the comment section and I will read it out. So now we are waiting for our next speaker. Oh my, you're in for something really good. So our next speaker.
Our next speaker is actually around, is in the backstage. He's at backstage.
Okay.
So I think I just read out his, yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So our next speaker is here. Our next speaker is no other person than Mr. David Folaromi. He's a mental health advocate, a substance abuse prevention professional, and a life coach with a focus on youth development with degrees in economics and applied social psychology. He's also trained by the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. His work spans over a decade, specializing in addiction recovery and behavioral health. After nearly 10 years in public service, Mr. David founded the Live Free Renewal Center, which is a faith-based rehabilitation center, and the David Folaromi Foundation, both aimed at addressing addiction and promoting mental health. He also advocates for drug use policy reforms and addiction awareness. Mr. David is a certified drug recovery specialist and member of the key professional bodies, including the International Society of Substance Use Professionals and the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. He has led several impactful training programs and he has received international recognition for his work. He's a certified member of the John Maxwell team and he has completed extensive leadership and mental health training. He's married to Nena Temi Folaromi and they have 3 daughters. Please join me as I welcome David Folaromi. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's so good to have you.
So good to be here. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
we're
you very
glad
much.
to have you.
Thank you. Auntie Oluwatoyi, for having me.
Yes. Without much ado, I'm just going to leave you to do your thing. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. Thank you for being in the room today. Thank you for being a part of this program, which is very important, very timely, and something that we all need to pay attention to. The theme of this year's conference, Nurturing Minds, Prioritizing Mental Health in Children and Adolescents, is extremely important because, especially for those of us on this side of the equator, we think that children don't have the right to mental wellness. We think that children don't have the right to a very good state of their minds. We just feel that children cannot be depressed, children cannot be addicted, children cannot suffer from trauma and all the likes. So when I was told about this topic, I was excited about it, and I felt like the convener had hit the nail on the head with this sort of enlightenment and awareness she's putting out there for people to be a part of. So for everybody who has joined us, who has joined this summit, I'm sure that you've learned a thing or two, even from the beats I heard just from the review of the last session. I was able to pick some things. So thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. Without taking too much of our time, we're going to dive into the subject of today. Just looking at my time, I know I will not take more than the time that has been allotted to me. Please just grant me your concentration, because this is an important topic, something I'm very passionate about, something that I'm working with and working on, and something that I believe, if you listen properly, will be able to enable you, equip you with the right skills to prevent drug abuse and addiction around you. That brings us to the topic for today: drug addiction and prevention. Drug addiction and prevention. By introduction, preventing drug addiction in children and adolescents is crucial, is critical for their overall well-being and their future success. When we talk about the definition of prevention in itself, we should know that prevention is not only about stopping young children or adolescents from using drugs, but also enabling them to maximize their potential in the community or the society they belong to. So this session aims to provide all of our participants with strategies to help young people make informed choices and develop resilience against substance abuse. Resilience being a key factor. You can't prevent substance use or other social biases, as a matter of fact, without the key or the pillar of resilience. It's very important. Parents and handlers of children or adolescents, we have an important role in the implementation of science-based or evidence-based prevention programs and preventing substance use among adults. This is because this is the stage where the highest recorded number of drug users are found. Children, adolescents, young adults, the likes. So as parents, we can have a positive and crucial influence on children and youth and their risk behavior, helping them to grow happily and resilient. Now, last week we had the annual conference of the International Society for Substance Use Professionals. As it were, I happen to be a member of the planning committee of this conference, just like I was last year. And when we were asked to come up with a topic, I knew that I wanted us to beam the light on the role we play as family in preventing drug abuse among our youth in the society. Because I've always reiterated, anybody that knows me, anybody that follows my work will know that I am the number one champion for pushing the prevention of substance use to the family unit. And as parents, we are the custodians of the family. The statutory responsibility of preventing drug abuse rests solely on us as parents. So please, we need to wake up. We need to wake up. This is not a responsibility you can delegate to anybody. I say this all the time. You can't delegate it to the government through any of the agencies like the NDLEA, the Nigerian Police, the Customs Services. You can't delegate prevention to them. Last year at this same conference he held in Abuja, I was speaking to the NDLEA boss, the NDLEA chief executive, Buba Marwa, and I said to him, sir, I said, sir, while I agree that your organization is doing an excellent job in drug demand reduction, you do not have the capacity to prevent drug use among the youth in its entirety. And he said to me that he agrees. They don't have the manpower, they don't have the especially the manpower, they don't have the time, they don't have the technology. So it rests on us as parents. We can't delegate this responsibility to the church. We can't delegate it to our religious centers, the mosques, the traditional centers, the church. We can't. We can't delegate it to community members. Of course, all these can be pillars of prevention. However, we as parents, we as guardians, we hold the statutory responsibility of preventing drug abuse, substance use among teenagers and young adults. Now, we're going to go into some definition of terms because I know a lot of people switch drug abuse with drug addiction. But before that, I want us to listen to what I'm about to say now. And if that's the only thing you're going to take as your prevention mechanism, then take it. Listen first. As parents, I always tell parents, listen first. We are so busy with life struggles and hustling and the bustle of life that we don't pay attention to the verbal and non-verbal clues that our children give us. Statistics show, excuse me, that most times before a child's substance use is brought to the fore, the child might have been using substances for almost 2 years before the parents find out. And I always ask myself, why is it? There must have been some subtle signs. There must have been some things that the child has said. You have not read in between the lines, and you have missed the opportunity to nip the drug use in the bud. And most times it has graduated to drug addiction or full-blown dependence, and you're now running from pillar to post looking for who to help you. It takes only a few minutes to ask non-judgmental and non-confrontational questions to understand whether there might be a substance use problem. Just a few minutes, parents. We know you're busy. The economy is biting all of us, but this is part of our parenting responsibility, so we cannot but carry it out. A few minutes, non-judgmental questions. Now, like I said, let's go into some definition of terms just so that we know exactly what it is we are talking about. The topic is drug addiction and prevention, among the youths and young ones and all of that. But then, what exactly is a drug? Somebody might be asking. So what is a drug? What is a drug? A drug is any substance, and now this definition is according to the World Health Organization. One more thing we should do in this drug abuse prevention business, please let's try to use what is factual, what is evidence-based, what has been drawn out of years of research by relevant professionals. So the definition of a drug shouldn't be what we think it is. It shouldn't be what our morals or our spiritual inclination tells us what it is, but what has been defined by the statutory body, which is the World Health Organization, that covers anything that has to do with health, right? So according to the WHO, a drug is a substance. This substance could be legal or illegal. When taken into the body, affects the central nervous system, right? It acts on the brain and the spinal cord. It alters the way we think. It alters the way we feel. It alters the way we behave. It affects the normal functioning of the body and or the brain. And of course, it has the potential to prevent, treat, cure diseases, or enhance physical or mental welfare. I think I got that right. Let's take it again. According to the WHO, a substance is anything apart from food or water, which could be legal or illegal. When taken into the body, it affects the central nervous system. It acts on the brain and the spinal cord. It alters the way a person thinks, feels, or behaves. It affects the normal functioning of the body and or the brain. And of course, it has the potential to prevent or cure or treat or enhance physical and mental welfare. So we see what a drug is, substances. We are clear on that now. So let's take it a notch further. What is drug abuse? Since we know what a drug is. Now, this is my own definition. It makes it very easy for us because I speak to young people, I speak to parents, and everybody has a sort of definition that is somewhat right. But I think the easiest definition of drug abuse is this: drug abuse is the use of any illegal drug or the misuse of any legal drug. Remember, in my definition of what a substance is, we said that a substance is um, any legal or illegal, anything legal or illegal taken into the body. That's what a drug is. Now, we have examples of legal drugs. Legal drugs, by the way, are drugs that are permitted to be bought and sold in any given society, permitted by the government of that country or that society or that system, that this thing can be traded, it can be bought, it can be sold, it can be used. Anything. Examples with paracetamol, vitamin C, and the likes. Anything illegal is a contraband. It's not allowed to be sold by the government. So these ones constitute illegal drugs. In this case, we have cocaine, crystal methamphetamine, etc. Right? So now I told you a drug abuse is the use of any of these illegal drugs. Anything that is not allowed by the government is drug abuse, and the misuse of any legal drug. So as a parent, you have headache, and the doctor says take 2 tablets of paracetamol 3 times a day. And because you feel you have worked so hard, the headache is more than you should, and you start to take 4, 5, 6 per dose, then you are abusing drugs. Good. What is drug addiction? Drug addiction is a chronic relapsing brain disease characterized by the compulsion to engage in harmful, to engage in drug-seeking use despite its consequences. A chronic relapsing brain disease characterized by the compulsion to use drugs despite its known harmful consequences. Of course, it affects the brain function and behavior, making it difficult to quit without support. Drug addiction, chronic relapsing brain disease. What does that mean? Number one, the first thing we should know is that drug addiction is a disease. It's a disease, it's a relapsing disease. That means once a person starts struggling with addiction, the person has now begun a journey of a disease that can relapse. That means it can come back. When you think everything is okay, it's still there, it can spring up again. So drug addiction is not a habit. I'm taking my time to lay this foundation so that parents, we can understand that there's a difference between drug abuse and drug addiction. Drug addiction is not a character. Drug addiction is not a lifestyle. Drug addiction is a disease characterized by compulsion. What does compulsion mean? Something that you have to do, a prerequisite. You know, when we're in school and they say to graduate from 100 to 200 level, some courses are compulsory courses. You can't graduate without it. That's the way drug abuse works. Drug addiction works. You can't do certain things because you are compelled to seek drug use. It's a disease. It affects brain function, and it's very difficult to quit without getting help. Sorry, I always have to keep looking at my time so that I don't go above what has been allotted to me. How much of a global problem is illicit drug use? How much of a global problem is illicit drug use? An estimated 255 million people, that's 1 out of 20, age 15 to 64 years, have used illicit drugs. An estimated 29.5 million are drug dependent. Illicit drug use and dependency is on the rise. An estimated 12 million of drug dependent users inject drugs. All of these scary statistics should tell us that we need to pay attention to the issue of drug use. We have realized that there's a decrease in the age of initiation into drug use. We need to pay attention. A few weeks ago, I was in Lagos for a program, and then my team and I were praying downstairs. I left my phone upstairs. We finished that prayer at about midnight, and I went back to my room. And while I was in my room, I saw a plethora of news calls from one of the deans of student affairs of one of the private universities in Enugu State. So while I was contemplating if I should call him back because of the time, the phone rang again, and behold, he was the one, and I picked it up. He's a reverend father. I said, "Oh, Father, good evening, sir. To what do I owe this call at this time of the night?" And he said, "Oh, David, why haven't you been picking? We have an emergency." I said, "What's the problem?" He said, "We have two young girls that of our school that have overdosed. One is 17 years old, one is 19 years old." I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" I said, "Father, I thought they were on holiday because that was the holiday period this happened." He said, "Yes, we're on holiday. However, these two young girls lied to their parents, connived to get money from them, told their parents that they were going for a program in school. They went and lodged in a hotel. It took the mercy of God and the intelligence of one of the hotel staff who noticed that these girls lodged in this hotel, and it's been 3 days. They've not come out, they've not ordered water, nobody has visited them, they've not asked for food." And so he alerted the hotel management, and they began placing calls to these young girls, and they didn't pick up. And then that's when they had to use the master card key to gain entrance into the room. And there they found them overdosed on some substances, and then they were rushed to the hospital. So at that time, the father was asking if I was around so they can admit him into our facility. I said, "No, I'm not around. As a matter of fact, we didn't even have space. There was no space, even if I were around." So why I share this story is so that we also know that it is not a male-dominated challenge. In 2018, when the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime released its Nigerian drug survey, we were told that 1 in 6 drug users is a lady. That reduced to 1 in 4. Right now, I don't have the statistics to back up what I'm about to say. I believe it's 1 in 2. Yes. A few months ago, I was facilitating a training in Enugu State, and then my PA started telling me that I'm having repeated calls. What is the problem? I went and I took my phone to call the person who was calling me repeatedly. It was a woman, and she cried, "Oh, David, please help me. Mr. David, please help me." I said, "What is the problem?" She said her daughter is missing, 16-year-old daughter. I said, "Okay, if your daughter is missing, why don't you call the police? I'm not a policeman or a law enforcement agent that you will call me when your daughter is missing." To cut the long story short, she said that somebody referred her to me because her daughter got missing on a Thursday. When she was complaining on Friday, the younger son had to open up in tears that whenever they go to school, on their way back, the daughter will take him, they pass through a certain area. She will tell the young boy to wait in a shop, and she will go in somewhere. He doesn't know where exactly, but that area. And according to the young boy, he said whenever she comes out, her eyes are red and she's somehow. So when she was sharing the story with another person, they said, that is a drug den. That area is for drug users. So when one talk led to another and they knew it was a drug problem, somebody said, you better call Mr. David. Because by the time she had reported to the police said, we don't know exactly where she entered. We cannot just go there because it's quite a large area. So I told her, I said, I'm in the training, and she broke down crying. She said, David, I almost told you have 3 daughters. Please help me. I had to cut that training program short. Went to go and pick up a member of my staff, and then we went to the area that we're talking about. So when we got there, I said, hello, I had the picture. She had now sent me the picture on WhatsApp. Hello, please, have you seen this girl? They'll say no. Hello, please, have you seen this girl? They'll say no. And then one of them called me, say, ONC, so we live in Enugu State. ONC is a way of healing somebody. I said, yes, what is it? He said she's in that particular place. So I went there, I met the guy at the door. He said, what are you know the way they talk. I said, look, calm down. Is she inside or not? They say she's inside. I said, okay, then I need to take her. They said, no, guys, she's owing 130,000 naira on drugs. I said, if that is 130,000 naira, then no problem. I'll pay for it. So long as I'm going to take her out of here, I'll pay for it. And they let me in. And when I got inside, lo and behold, I saw her. And when I saw her, my heart broke because she was, she was out. You know, she was passed out, lying down on the floor, almost naked, her skirt to her waist level, her buttons were undone. And you know, her, just looking at her school uniform, I could see it was a very good expensive school, a Christian school at that. My heart sank further because I have three daughters. This could have been any of my daughters. So I spoke to the guy in charge of the trap house. It's a trap house. We call it bunk, we call it joints, anything you want to call it. But they are everywhere in the country. There's no states that you don't have trap houses. People say, but she's owing 130,000. I said, I'll pay. They said, okay. So that's not a problem. So I managed to get her up. You know, we used certain methods to help get her up. And when she saw me, she said, who are you? I said, I'm here to take you home. She said, no, please don't take me home. I said, what? Now, listen, let me put this in perspective for you. This place is a dirty, filthy, smelling, stinking place that has criminals, hoodlums, the worst of the society all live in that place. People throwing up, people passing excreta, people having sex. A place that you cannot spend an hour inside. This was somebody I just woke up and I said, come, let me take you home. And she said, please do not take me home. And then I smiled. I smiled because I have been in that situation before. I've lived in the trap houses before. So I know that in a trap house, the gates might not be locked. There might not be padlocks on the gates. There might not be chains on your hands. There might not be fetters on your feet. But your mind is trapped. Your mind is bound by chains of addiction. So you rather remain in that dirty, filthy place than go out. You rather sleep on the floor with people's saliva, urine, very dirty and filthy, than go to the comfort of your home, on your bed, on your mattress with AC blowing you. You rather be there and beg for crumbs of food than eat the food from your mother's kitchen. So I told her, I said, look, young girl, if it takes me to drag you by your hair out of this place, I'm not going to leave you here. I'm not going to leave you here. So she said, I'm owing money. I said, okay, you're owing money. Okay, how do you plan to pay that money? How do you plan to pay that money? And she said to me, oh, that's my darling wife, Nena Polaromi. Thank you for joining us. I'm not sure because you're supposed to be in a function. I'm surprised that you're here. So thank you for being here. So I said to her, you have to leave. You cannot stay here. You must leave. And I asked, how do you plan to pay the money that you are owing? And you know what she said? She said she was on her period. She said, sir, please just allow my period to be over. Once it is done, I'll be able to pay back the money. A 16-year-old girl in a Christian school, in an expensive school. And I said, no, that's not going to happen. I called the mother. I put her on video call. I said, talk to your daughter. And she said she was speaking to her, begging her, let's go. She said she's not going. So I said, okay. I transferred the money to them and I took her out of that place through the means I knew was best, and we took her to hospital. While we were in the hospital, everything unfolded very fast, and a lot of people started blaming her. Look at what you have done. Look at what you have done to yourself. You're an embarrassment. And I say, shut up. Stop saying that. Stop saying that. Somebody failed her because they didn't do their due diligence. Somebody failed her because they failed to prevent this addiction and dependence to drugs when it was just a problem of drug abuse. And that's why we're here today, to learn as parents, what are we supposed to do to prevent this? What do we do to prevent it from getting to this stage? That's why we're here today. I struggled with drug addiction for 7 years. 7 years. I mean, 7 unproductive years of my life wasted. Part of it spent in a bunk, a trap house, like that young girl. Now, let me tell you, I was born into a proper Christian home. When I mean proper Christian home. I grew up in the church. Growing up, my parents took me to Christian primary school, Christian secondary school. I went to Covenant University. When I finished secondary school, I had one of the best results in JAM at the time in the country. I had options to go to many schools, but I had to be in a Christian school because that was my parents' idea of parenting. Now, I will always tell people that that is good, but that is not good enough. That is not good enough. I went to Covenant University. Ironically, that was where I had my first experience of drug use. First experience, first exposure, not experience, exposure. 200 level, somebody said, David, let's stroll in the library. It was incomplete then, but it was a 4-story building or 3, I can't remember. We went to the top and I saw people using. I was taken aback because I didn't expect that. If you know Covenant University is on the grounds of a church, Kenaland. And I said, what is happening? I went back, reminisced on it, but I didn't engage. A few years later, I went to London for my master's. While I was doing my master's degree, I was in the same apartment with 2 Europeans who were drug addicts. And then the pressure came. Pressure, David joined us. They started insulting me, the black man from Africa, the monkey from Africa. He's too scared to use drugs. At a point in time, they started offering me money to use. Look, parents, listen. If you don't tell your children the truth about drugs, people outside will tell them lies about it. Tell them the truth. It must come from you. The law of first mention, let it come from you. As intentional and purposeful as my parents were to shield me from substance use by putting me in a Christian private university, they forgot that law of first mention. Neither of them told me anything about substance use. And there I was, a young boy from Kaduna State, very naive, seeing people use drugs I'd never known. And they kept telling me, this will make you smarter. This will make you assimilate when you are reading in school. This will make you bolder. It will build your confidence. All lies, all lies, all lies. I was working in an old people's home where we used to take care of the very, very elderly people, wash them, clean them up when they poo and all of that. That was where I was working. So it was not an ideal job for a young person, but I was invested in it because I was determined to be, to be productive while I was abroad. And then imagine you now have people telling you that take money and don't go and clean somebody's bum. You take this money, but you must use drugs. That is peer pressure. So parents, how are you equipping your children with the right skills to resist peer pressure? The pressure out there is real. It is real. I was speaking in the same Canaan land a few years ago for the International Youth Alive Convention, where we have participants from all over the world, majorly African countries, but we have some people from Europe. It was a 3-day program. I was going to speak for 3 days. After the first day, a young girl, 16-year-old girl, I don't know what it is with 16-year-olds. I've had 4 experiences with 16-year-olds, girls. A 16-year-old girl came out to me and she said, sir, I listened to you speak and something in me moved me to come and tell you what I came to church with. I said, what did you come to church with? She dipped her hand into her bag and brought out 5 grams of cocaine. Let me tell you, I used cocaine for years, so I know cocaine when I see cocaine. She said, I brought it. I said, where did you get cocaine from? She said, sir, I have uncles that use in our estate. We have rich people, they use and all of that. And so my elder brother gave me some. I said, okay. I said, so how is it the age of initial use is younger now, sir? As young as 9 years. Yes, that's true, man. Very true. Yes, very true. We have 10, 9, 11-year-olds. I said, how is it that you plan to finish 5 grams of cocaine? You know what she told me? She said, I did not plan to finish it alone. I plan to use some and share the rest for whoever might be interested. And then it felt like a heavy brick or a heavy bag of cement dropped on my head. That's what she said. She said she has come for a Christian program with cocaine and willing to share with others who might be interested. Is it bad to send your children to summer, all these summer things they do for summer? No, it's not bad. However, if you don't equip them with the right skills, if you don't cook them well from the home and you send them out there, they will be cooked for you before they come back. Please, let's pay attention. I started using drugs, and then very quickly I became an addict. I came back from the UK. My parents, who didn't know I was using drugs, rented me a house, bought me a car. I sold everything in the house. I gave out my passport, my international passport with my visa in it as collateral for drugs. I sold the car, and then I collected the balance of the money from my landlord back and said, I want my money back. And he gave it to me, 750,000. And there was when I found myself in the bunk. 3 days, the 750,000 naira was gone. In that bunk, I saw young people, male and female. I saw young people. One of the people I saw, a very beautiful girl from Kaduna State, we became friends. Although she was heavily pregnant at the time I got there. Why are you here? She said a friend introduced her to drugs. Then go back home. She said her father has disowned her. So she has to stay there. And then we now started staying there together until she gave birth. Gave birth to a bouncing baby boy. And then 2 weeks after her delivery, we were seated next to each other. She said to me, I want to use drugs. The compulsion. Remember what I told you about compulsion? It had come in. It had set in. And she was scratching her body. Her body was itching her. She needed to cure. We call it curing. Curing. For those of us who have used drugs, we call it curing. She needed to cure, but there was no means to cure because she could not hustle. And then one of the dealers said to her, will you sell your baby? This is not a story I heard. This is a story I was present when it happened. And she sold that baby in exchange for drugs. You see, the effects of addiction can be so overbearing that it might be too much for us to handle. Which is why when we are shouting prevention, 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 please take heed. Please take heed. Please take heed. The cost of prevention is nothing compared to the cost of cure. And then for those of us who work in the drug rehabilitation and treatment setting, we will tell you for sure, if anybody is truthful to you, that the rates of relapse is so high. The success rate generally, we're not pointing at any treatment facility, generally the success rate is so low. So why do you want to experiment? Why do you want to leave your children to chance? Caution. Parents, take caution. Parents, take caution. Parents, take caution. Pay the price of prevention today and live a life of peace tomorrow. Ignore the price or the cost of prevention today and live a life of sorrow tomorrow. I've seen it too many times. I have seen it too many times. Parents who have failed to pay the price of prevention are suffering the cost or the price of addiction. Caution. So that was what it was. My time would not permit me to give us stories of the bunk. Another day, if Auntie Toyin invites me again, we will have that time. Maybe we can do it on IG Live when we have time. I will give you stories of the bunk, individual stories of people, of what addiction. I had a friend, we called him Junior, only son of his father. As at 2011, he had 2 master's degrees. I mean, he was 21 with 2 master's degrees. He had a master's degree in something related to robotics. This same AI robotics we are shouting now. He had 2 master's degrees there. That tells you how intelligent he was. He got addicted to drugs. He was living in the bunk with me. We had carton, just empty carton. We just put carton on the floor and we're sleeping. We always shared stories of UK and all of that. Do you know that one day he said, David, let us go out to hustle. So every day we go out to beg, to steal, to do anything to get money and come back and use on drugs. That day I was sick. I said, I can't go out. So Junior went out, and that day Junior did not come back. The next day Junior did not come back. I was worried genuinely for Junior. On the 3rd day, in the morning at about 4 a.m., a young girl ran into the bank, obviously going to go and get drugs. And she saw me. She said, they don't kill your friend now. I said, what? Which of my friends? She said, Junior, don't die. I said, stop. What are you saying? She said, Junior is dead. What happened? Junior went to go and steal his father, a multi-millionaire. If I call the name, everybody, at least most people will know the family name. He went to steal gold. He was caught. He was beaten and burnt to death in the quest for money to satisfy the urge of his addiction. Only son of his parents, only son. Look, I lost 4 friends, 4. And when I mean friends, I don't mean people I know from far. 4 of my good friends died from drug overdoses or drug related issues, including another of my friends from Covenant University. So it is not, parents, listen, it is not where you put your children in that determines the outcome of their lives. It is what you have put inside of them. Not where you send them to, what you have put inside of them. I have 15 more minutes before question and answer, so I'll stop my stories here. I lost 4 of my friends. 4 of my friends whose parents still miss them till this very day to drug addiction. Please, parents, let's pay attention. Let us pay attention. Let us pay attention. Sometimes we want to ask ourselves as parents, so okay, so what is the reason they even take drugs? Why do they even take drugs? There's no single theory for why they take drugs. You know, there's hostility towards people that take drugs. Millions of dollars is spent on drug abuse prevention programs yearly. We have great people like Auntie Tony who organize programs like this to create awareness on drug abuse and addiction. Yet, teenagers, young children, adolescents are still taking drugs. Some of the reasons, according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, include some of the teenagers want new sensation, curiosity, they like the pleasant feeling, and parents, stop telling children that drug use is not sweet. It is sweet. Stop lying to them. Like those of you that tell your girl daughters that if your shoulder should brush a boy, she'll be pregnant. So when her shoulder brushes a boy and she waits for 9 months and she has not given birth, then she sees you as a liar. And then she now decides to go further because she doesn't know which one is true or which one is not true anymore. The same thing with drugs. It is sweet. It is euphoric. It makes you happy, but it is not good for you. Please tell the truth. Don't use scare tactics. It doesn't work. It is counterproductive. Don't tell your children that if they smoke, they'll run mad. Look at cigarettes. How many of you have a pack of cigarettes? Oh my God, my office table is locked. Sorry, I would like to just show you. A pack of cigarettes. They'll draw smokers are liable to die young on the back of the cigarettes. Yet, I have a very good friend that works in British American Tobacco. Millions of dollars are raked in from tobacco sales yearly. So please stop using scare tactics. If you don't know what to do, delegate somebody who knows what to do to talk to them about it. Sometimes they want to relax. Sometimes rebellion. Sometimes to escape realities of life. Sometimes dysfunctional homes. When your home is broken, no system, no structure, nothing, it pushes a young child or adolescent to using drugs. Lack of proper education on the dangers of drug abuse. This education must come from you as parents first before the school system or the church or other youth networks can build on it. Sometimes to deal with mental health problems. So there's a bi-directional relationship between substance use and mental health. So a mental health issue can cause your child to use substances. Substance use can lead to mental health problems. Sometimes to deal with physical pain, it can also cause addiction. When we talk about the likes of some opioids and other medications like pentas, I believe we're all parents here, no children here, so I can call some of these names like pentazocine and all of those other things, is to deal with physical pain. Okay, let's go. We have 12 more minutes. Sometimes the effects of the drugs is why they want to use. Sometimes availability. Some drugs are just everywhere. In fact, do you know that there are certain things in your home, like cleaning agents, that children can abuse? Like petrol, children can abuse. So that's why you must keep it out of the reach of children. Very important. Affordability. Some drugs are very cheap now. With 500 naira, they can get enough to get intoxicated. Accessibility and other things. Okay. Now, how do I identify a young child or teenager or adolescent who is abusing drugs? Sometimes it is difficult to distinguish normal teenage moodiness or anxiety from signs of drug. However, I'm going to give you some of the possible. Listen, I said possible. So not that after I've listed these signs, you now go and say to your child, say, I've always known. I listened to Mr. David, I know it's drugs. They are possible signs for drug use. But listen, parents, you know, we need more time for this topic. You need to know the telltale signs of drug use. You can't see. You need to know the telltale signs of drug use. You can't just be living in assumption. No. A few years ago, I like to use stories to buttress my point. A few years ago, I was invited to a church that I'm familiar with to speak to the teenagers. When I was speaking, I saw this girl that I've known from childhood. Her head was down. I tapped her on the back and she looked at me. The moment she looked up at me, I knew she was using substances. Why? Because of my training. Two, because I've used substances before. So I knew that that wasn't the time during my teaching to ask her what the problem was. So I tapped her and I gave her a rub on her back. And I said, okay, just sleep back. And then after my class, I spoke to the head teacher. I said, there's a problem with this young girl. And then I suspect she's using drugs. We have to talk to her parents. You know what the teacher said? Because, of course, I know the father. He said, no, don't you know him? Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he'll be very angry. I said, I'm not doing this because of him. I'm doing it to save the life of this young girl. So after a lot of back and forth, we invited the father and mother. I explained everything I had observed, and why I felt if she denies it, I was so sure that I said, look, I have a test strip here with me. We'll run a drug test in church now, and I'll prove to you that she's using drugs. And so the father got angry. Are you insulting my family? Are you doing this? I said, sir, it's not about insult. I'm trying to save your daughter. And then the mother spoke to him in their language. The father calmed down. He said, okay, bring her in. We brought her in for questioning, and it didn't take me 5 minutes of talking to her. The girl started crying. She said for 6 months, her uncle, her father's younger brother, who was deported from US, now living with them, had been giving her marijuana. And he didn't stop there. When he gives her marijuana, he will now sleep with her. 16-year-old. And then when he now sleeps with her, he now took it up a notch. He will give her Refnol. How many of us know Refnol? The date rape drug. Some people call it Baba Blue. Just tiny like that. He will give it to her. Now, what was he doing this? To erase her memory, because that's what part of what Refnol does. It will clean the memory of everything that has happened a few hours before you took it, the period you took it, and a few hours after you have taken it. So, I was going to ask the question why, but you answered already. So that was what the uncle wants. And so I looked at the father and I said to him, there's no way this could have been happening under your nose, and this girl will have not been showing signs of drug use. I only needed to see her once. You have been seeing her every day for 6 months. If you understood the telltale signs of this drug use, you would have been able to nip this whole menace and rubbish in the bud. So I blame you. But this is not the time for pointing blames. Let us get her the help she needed. And then God was able to help us. We relocated her somewhere else. She was able to take her WAEC, and she has left the country for further education now. What am I saying? Parents, we must know the telltale signs of drug use. Number one, problems at school. Frequently missing school, sudden disinterest in school activities, a drop in grades or performance in school. You should pay attention. There's probably an issue. When we now see physical health issues, lack of energy, lack of motivation, drastic weight loss or weight gain, because some drugs will make you gain weight, some will make you lose weight. Red eyes, even though some of our young people now go about with Vicin eye drop to be put in, you should see that there's a problem. Neglected appearance, lack of interest in clothing, grooming, or looks, a change in behavior. Your child starts putting up major efforts to bar family members from entering their room. My wife put up something on her status yesterday. She says, so long as you're a teenager in my house, you have no privacy. What are you talking about? The teenager is telling you have privacy. You can't even have door lock in my house. When you think you are old enough, go to your house. I'm not that liberal. No. When you think you are old enough, you go to your house. You're a teenager. In fact, you're under my roof. You have no door lock. So when you start seeing all those kind of things, drastic changes in behavior with relationships, family and friends, know there's an issue. Money problems. Your child starts asking for money. There's an issue. Sometimes the child now becomes aggressive. You should pay attention. You are at home, the child is spraying perfume all the time and always licking tom. He's concealing an odor. You should know that. You should know that. Inside the house, the child is wearing jalapia. He will cover from head to toe, cover all his hands. He's concealing maybe injection marks or weight loss. You should know some of these things. Then when there's drug paraphernalia with your child, You should know some of these things that there's a problem. That is why, as parents too, we should even know. Sorry, I'm just trying to bring something out. We should even know some of the drug paraphernalia. We should know some of the drug paraphernalia. Yes, I'm back here. 1 second, please. Who can tell me what this is very quickly? Auntie Tony, please don't talk because I know you know. My time is running. I have 5 more minutes. Who can tell me what this
I was
is?
about to type.
Listen carefully.
I
Auntie
was
Tony,
about to
don't
type what
talk.
it.
Who can
I'm
tell
not
me what this
talking.
is? Okay, can they chat? They can chat, right? You see, nobody knows. Huh? This, you see what this is? Huh? If you are a parent, because I'm talking about telltale signs of drug use, part of it is observing drug paraphernalia in your home. Please, if you see this, first of all, go to kilometer 10 Lagos Idoroko Road and go to all the churches and ask God for mercy. When you are finished with all those prayers, now go to Auntie Toyin's office and just tell her that you need help. This is a stem used in smoking crack cocaine. As tiny as this thing is, this particular one that I'm holding in my hand, over 20 million has passed through it. This one, not an example. This one was taken from someone that blew his inheritance on crack. This was the stem he used. This thing on its own is no more than 1,000 naira. Yet, a whole fortune can go through it. Parents see this in their homes, but they think it's viral. It's not viral. It's stem. Okay, I'm going. Can we see this? Hello, can we see this? Maybe I should put off my ring light. I think it's affecting. This looks better. Can we see this? People are keeping quiet now. Do we know what this is? Please don't write vitamin C on my screen. This thing is called Molly. Very sweet. When they take it, they just start laughing uncontrollably. The primary component is MDMA. This is Molly. Oncolos. So when you see this in your home, you should know that there's a problem. When you see this, it's Colorado. Cough syrup. One man brought his child to me. He had issues. We went to the house for search. We took 2 Ghana must goes of cough syrup, empty containers. We found under his bed. The father said he has been seeing it. He thought that the child has cough. Your child has cough, so he drank 2 Ghana must goes of cough syrup, and you don't know that there's a problem. Then you are at fault. I talked about Refnol. This is a pill of Refnol. You take only this pill now, you won't remember anything I taught you in this class. You won't remember anything that happens in the next 1 hour. I have some more, but for lack of time, I have to start closing. I like to keep to time. So we must know drug paraphernalia so that we can even guard against it. So that when we see it, we know that it is drug that our children is holding. Very important. Very, very important. So know the telltale signs. Now let's rush. Why are we here today? Strategies for preventing drug use. There must be open communication. Foster a trusting environment where children feel comfortable discussing their thoughts and feelings. Encourage questions about drugs and their effects without being judgmental. Let me tell you something about children. They know when you are judging them. They know when you are being judgmental. So please avoid being judgmental in your questions. There should be education and awareness. As parents, this is your responsibility. Provide age-appropriate information about the dangers of drug use. Age-appropriate. My first daughter is 4. I have started drug abuse prevention. I have never shown her these things I just showed you because she has no business seeing it. I'm not about to tweak her curiosity, no. But in drug abuse prevention, I can teach her delayed gratification. I can teach her self-discipline. I can teach her to follow a structure, a system in the home. I can teach her time management. Doing this alone is drug abuse prevention. It's prevention, evidence-based. Do you know that having a proper structure in your home, when you don't leave your home like a garage, it builds self-regulation in your children. It also builds time management skills. Do you know that these are evidence-based prevention techniques? There's no time for breakfast, there's no time for dinner, there's no time for prayer. Anything happens anyhow. There's no self-regulation in your children, and this can be a predisposing factor for drug use. We must build relevant life skills in our children. Teach your children proper decision-making skills. From a young age, teach them to take decisions. Guard them while they're making the decisions. Show them where they should have done it wrong. And we're into prevention now. I hope we're jotting. Show them where they could have done something differently. Teach them problem solving skills. I cannot overemphasize this. Problem solving skills. Look, they don't know how to solve problems when they are faced with a problem. You see, some of us, we love our children more than God loves us. Huh? So the slightest of thing, you want to solve the problem for them. Clap for yourself. When they are out there and you are not there to solve the problem for them, what now happens? Somebody tells them, you can't solve this problem, smoke igbo. It will make you solve the problem, and whoop, all your years of love will turn to years of pain and sorrow because they couldn't solve the problem, so they are now using drugs. Teach them critical thinking, very important. Encourage assertiveness and the ability to say no. It is okay to teach your child to say no. That syndrome of I want my child to be a good child is always saying yes, yes, yes. Don't let it come and bite you in future. Let your child learn to say no. My two daughters, you can't come and pat them on the back or do something like that. No, they will remove your hand. They'll tell you, no, leave me alone. And we encourage that. I don't care who you are. If you like, be my brother. But I've taught them that, and we encourage it. So teach them to say no in certain situations. Promote healthy activities. Encourage, this helps to build proper self-esteem. Encourage them to create positive peer networks. Help your children discover hobbies. And when I was teaching on purpose discovery for children in the church, I was telling the parents, I said, it is your duty as parents to guide your children towards what they are supposed to be. Unearth some of their skills. Find out what is it that they can do. It's part of your job. You always say you weren't born, then carry out the responsibility of a parent. There must be family involvement. Engage the entire family in prevention efforts. It shouldn't be one-sided. Family activities can strengthen bonds and promote open discussions. Set clear family rules regarding substance abuse and model healthy behavior. The Bible says, train up a child the way he should go. Training up a child is model the right behavior to the child. Not do what I say, not what I do. What you do is what they will copy. When they see you living an indisciplined life, you can't delay gratification. You can't control your impulses. Before somebody says, hey, you have said A to Z, they are assimilating these things. These things are addictive behaviors. And when they start displaying it, it might not be in the line you are doing your own. It might be in the line of substances. Caution. Teach them coping skills. Teach your children to manage stress. Teach your children, because stress will come. Teach them to manage anxiety. The economy, the country, the situation around is hitting everybody, not just you. That's why I thank Anthony for bringing this up. Children can suffer anxiety too. Anxiety can be a major factor that will make them struggle with drug abuse and addiction. So teach them to handle it. Teach them to handle peer pressure. If possible, introduce techniques like mindfulness, exercise, and creative expressions. I want us to, before we close, because my time has gone, so I have to skip some slides. I think it's very important that we understand, and that's the final thing I'm going to say before we close. We understand the risk factors for substance use. Risk factors is very important. Risk factors or predisposing factors are those factors outside the control of your child. Risk factors are those factors outside the control of your child that makes them susceptible to using substances. Hello? Risk factors are those factors outside the control of your child that makes them that puts them in danger of using substances. And I think that as parents, some of us are unaware of these risk factors, so it becomes a problem to us. It becomes a problem to us. We don't pay attention to the risk factors, and that is why it becomes a problem to us. So very quickly, there are quite a number, but I'll group them and give them to us so that we can close and take questions in 10 minutes. Number one is biological factors. Genetic predisposition can increase vulnerability. Do you know that addiction, which is a chronic relapsing brain disease, can be inherited genetically? I've seen several cases. So now, when that is the case, you find out that the grandfather alcoholic, father and brother and mother alcoholic, you should know that the son or the child might stand a risk of struggling with an addiction. You should pay more attention to that child. Yes, very important. Very, very important. Sometimes the makeup of a child in God's majesty and omniscience has made us all unique. I'll give you an example. My two daughters, the first one, she's very adrenaline inclined. So you throw her up, she shouts again. She wants you to continue. The second one is jejely. She doesn't like wahala. She doesn't like her feet to leave the ground. Huh? So it has already told me that this one is predisposed to risky behaviors. You leave Zoe alone for 2 minutes, she has climbed the roof of a house. She's thrilled by sensation-seeking activities. So naturally, I should pay more attention to her and channel that her behavior to something positive. Environmental factors, also risk factors. Environments that there's high exposure to drugs, family dynamics, community influences, we should pay attention to it. Do you know that as parents, there are certain environments you raise your child in that they are more predisposed to using substances than other areas? So an area might be cool and might be nice and you have all your friends and all of that there, but if it is an area known for high level of drug use, please don't bring up your children there because you are putting them in danger, in risk of using substances. And of course, we have the psychological factor, the mental health issues, stress, which I talked about, trauma, which can be what happened to a child or what did not happen to a child. All of these can contribute to substance use in a child. And so we have to pay attention to it. In conclusion, listen, preventing drug abuse in children and adolescents requires a comprehensive approach that includes education, as parents, open communication, and of course, support from the community. We must equip our children, not necessarily by telling them what I've shown to you. This is for your consumption. That's why I said there are no children here. That's why I can show you this. Not necessarily by showing them this is cigar, this is cocaine, this is no. However, you should equip them with the skills they need to make healthy choices. This is what will help them navigate difficult challenges in life. One more thing, pay attention to your parenting partners. Pay attention to your parenting partners. Pay attention to your parenting partners. Those people that you parent your children with, your driver, your cook, your house girl, your uncle, those ones that when you're not around, your children see them, take instruction from them, do what they do. Those people, they can destroy years of hard work that they are putting into your children. If these people don't share the same values as you do, then please don't let them near your children because you might just destroy everything you have worked for. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I took 9 minutes more than my time. I had a great time here and I look forward to being on this program again when I'm called for. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. David. Wow, my notes are full. My notes is full. I was just shouting. I was just saying, wow, wow, wow. I mean, with all the examples you gave, the story of Junior, the 16-year-old girl, I mean, it made it feel kind of relatable. Like you know somebody who could have ended up that way, or you know somebody who might end up that way. So thank you very much. And even because you also shared your own story, you know, it made it it felt like I was listening to a survival, somebody who had gone through all this, and then we're able to, know the adverse effect of this, the negative consequence of this. And today I also got to know that drug abuse is not just for illegal and illicit drugs. It could also be the misuse of real legal drugs, in our homes. So I was just thinking, I started looking around, oh my God, is there something around that oh no, I've learned a lot, and I'm actually going back to this note to read over and over and over. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. Please, I want you all to drop in the comment section how you really feel after this session. I want you to drop it. Just drop it. Everybody is saying thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. You make the whole session to be so practical. We really understand the stories. We're not going to forget. And thank you for showing us. For someone like me, I've not seen some of these drugs before in my life. So you coming to show us now, I know what they look like, and especially the one you show us, the stem. I mean, I would have thought that's just a pen, but you showing us the stem. Now we know things to look out for. Wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. We're so grateful. So we have a few minutes to answer some questions. So if you have any question for Mr. David, please drop it in the comment section so we can read it out to him. Yeah, Jane says, such an amazing session. Thank you so much, sir. Cherith says, wow, ignorance is really a disease. And then Oluwaseun says, wow, such an amazing session. Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful. Everybody is thanking you. It's such an eye-opening session for me. Yeah, even Cherry said, thanks for the eye-opening moments. Yeah, it's such an eye-opening moment for me. I don't know if Miss Oluwatoyin has something to say, if she wants to appreciate Mr. David or have a question to ask him. So while we are
Okay.
waiting for her, I'm still looking for your question.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. David. It's always a pleasure having you on the platform to enlighten parents more about drug use. And like you said, I also work in this space, and coming into this space really opened my eyes to a lot of things that parents actually take for granted. Not knowing who the friends of your children are, not knowing where your children are going to, not knowing how they're spending their money. These are telltale signs that these are things parents need to actually put into place. Know who the friends are. Let them come home with your friends. It's in the process of them coming home with their friends, you are able to sieve out and say, okay, this person looks funny, and all that. So, and if you notice that your child has changed his set of friends all of a sudden, that is a cry for worried. That's like a sign that there's something off or there's something fishy. If all of a sudden all his friends that you knew, he's no longer friends with them, and now he has this new set of friends that these people are looking funny, that is a sign that you should actually ask questions. And like one of the speakers said yesterday, that there's nothing wrong in asking questions. Ask questions. Don't be judgmental about it. I love when he said we should not be judgmental about it. Ask open questions. Have an open channel of communication with your children so that they can open up to you. Mr. David, thank you so much. So Mr. David has a book that he just launched, which every parent should buy. Every parent should buy this book. Where's is Madam Nina still around? She posted something. I posted it. So he has a new. Can you speak about your book? We have 1 minute to speak about your book, sir.
Okay, so I think she's left. She was actually in a function, so I didn't expect her to join us, but she did.
Oh, okay.
The title is The 12 Pillars of Prevention. It's just 12 practical steps that young adults, teenagers can use to prevent substance use and social vices. I've encouraged parents to read it and then teach it to their younger ones. Yes, so we talk about self-discipline, purpose discovery, managing emotions, things like that in each chapter.
Okay, thank you so much. But we have one question before you go. The person says, what do you do if you notice or see any of these behaviors in a young adult? What do you do? You get to your child's room, you see the stem, or you see your child misbehaving. What do you do? Can you just quickly give us a short answer?
I think you should answer that. I think you should answer that. But I also learn from you. So I want you to answer that so I can add it to my own knowledge too. So over to you.
Okay, so like we hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can hear you, ma. I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'll answer that question after the next speaker. So, Miss Cherit, please just wait to the end of the next, because the next I wouldn't want him staying waiting. So after the next speaker, when during it's time for question and answer, I'll answer that question. Mr. David Folaromi, thank you. So I've given you a nickname. I said DF. So, Mr. DF, thank you so much. We
Thank
really
you. Thank
appreciate you.
you.
God
Thank you
bless
very
you.
much.
It was
Thank
really,
you
really
very
an
much.
awesome
Thank
time
you.
with you. Have a nice day,
Thank
sir.
you.
Bye. So let me leave the moderator to
All
usher
right.
in the
Thank you
next
very
speaker.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. All right. So now I'll call on the next speaker for the day. His name is Mr. Thank God of Sheho. He's a child psychologist and a mental health advocate. So Mr. Thank God is a dedicated child psychologist with extensive experience designing mental health and psychosocial support interventions to improve children's learning outcomes in school. And through his work with parents, teachers, and educators, he has developed programs that foster supportive learning environments by integrating principles of child psychology, which addresses both the emotional and the educational needs of children. As the convener of the monthly Exceptional Teacher Hangout, Mr. Thank God brings together educators to enhance their skills in child psychology, focusing on classroom management and teaching strategies. His initiatives empowers teachers to apply psychological principles in their interactions with students, thereby improving both student engagement and educational outcome. Mr. Thank God, in his role as the head of psychology department of NIM Foundation, he leads MHPSS program for conflict conflicted families. You know, I'm really looking forward to this. Do you know why? Because our last speaker and the speaker before the last says we need to include our partners. And one of these partners are the schools. And so Mr. Thank God is going to come here and tell us, how the schools, the part the schools can actually play in helping us to prevent drug abuse and mental health issues in children. If you're as happy as I am, please jam your hands together as we welcome Mr. Thank God. Welcome,
Good
sir.
evening. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Can you hear me,
sir.
please?
Loudly, loudly. We can hear you
Okay.
loudly. So the
Thank
floor
you
is
very
yours,
much.
sir. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I want to thank Mrs. Toyin for giving me this opportunity to share. I'm just going to be sharing my thoughts. I've been asked actually to talk about how to undo mental and emotional distress in the classroom. So my emphasis is just going to be around that, discussing on mental health issues that teachers experience in the classroom. So once again, I want to say thank you and thank you everyone for participating. Those that are on the call listening, thank you so much for being part of this summit. And I want to believe that you've been really, really inspired by the different speakers that have taken different sessions. So I'm just going to go straight away into the session that will be given to me to talk about children and to talk about the trauma that they experience, especially in the classroom. So one of the things I really want us to pay attention to is the fact that there are a lot of things that goes on, especially in the classroom. And I'm going to be sharing some of these things that we need to understand so that it can help us to be able to prepare effectively for these children that we teach as teachers, educators, even as parents, because you also have a role that help you to be able to also impact your children. And also it's important for us to understand that trauma does not leave children the same way. And since trauma does not leave children the same way, we need to be able to create the right environment that will help them to be able to develop properly. One question that has always been in my mind is the fact that most of the time the school pay attention to the learning outcome of children. Most of the time the school pay attention, not just only the school, even parents, they pay attention to the grade of the children. They pay attention to the academic success, academic achievement of the children. But we've not come to also realize that there is a need for us to pay adequate attention to certain factors that are necessary to improve their grade, to improve their learning outcome and their academic achievement. And one of these factors has to do with the issue of mental health, because it is the mind that children use to learn that they also use to be able to experience unpleasant events within the society. So if the mind is affected, it's definitely going to affect how they are going to learn. It's going to affect their learning outcome. So the mind is important. As we pay attention to their learning outcome, we also need to pay attention to their mental health. And that is why I'm discussing tonight about how we can handle the mental and emotional distress that children experience in the classroom. I'm going to focus this session in 4 areas. The first one has to do with the ecological model of Urine Prophet Bernard. So he designed a model we call the ecosystem. That's the first aspect I'm going to pay attention on. I'm also going to be talking about the signs of classroom trauma. What do you need to know as teachers, as educators, as counselors, and even as parents? What are the signs of childhood trauma that you need to be aware of? I'm also going to be talking about the trauma in the classroom environment. I will need to be able to, undo that. And lastly, I'm going to be talking about the strategy to handling trauma in the classroom. I would like to share this case study with us. There's this particular child, his name is Ungozi. So Ungozi was in school and he lived in a particular environment where the father and the mother were drug addicts. And because they were drug addicts, they really did not have time for Ungozi. After a period of time, they separated. And when they separated, this began to affect Ungozi's capacity to learn and to cope in the classroom. And Ungozi's grade began to drop. And as her grade began to drop, the teacher did not even understand the change in behavior. They didn't know what happened to Ngozi. All they did was just to begin to criticize and punish Ngozi. After a while, they realized that certain significant changes has taken place in the life of Ngozi. They found out that Ngozi's parent has been divorced. They found out that Ngozi's parents for many years have been drug addicts, and this behavior started impacting the mental health of Ngozi. As a teacher, if you were if you were given the opportunity, or if you were the teacher of Ngozi, how are you going to manage this situation? Now, I might not have the time to begin to give us opportunity to put down our responses, but I think I want you to pay attention to this very well. How will you manage the situation of Ngozi, someone who has gone through or experienced or witnessed the parents gone through divorce? Ngozi has witnessed the parent, be engaged or be involved in drugs until the point that they became addicts. Ngozi has seen the father beating the mother on a regular basis. And every time she came to the classroom, she will see and look as the teacher is teaching, Ngozi is daydreaming. Her mind was not in the classroom. I had another experience, and this is a personal experience to me. When I was still in the university teaching, we had an experience of a young lady. She was in 200 level, and there's this particular course. Whenever the lecturer came into the classroom, this young lady will either walk out of the classroom, or she will just place her head on the desk and refuse to listen. She will shut down. She won't even bother to listen to the lecture, and her grade in that particular course began to drop. So we started asking questions. What could be the reason? In other lecture, she's so comfortable, she was willing, she participated, she read for it, and her grade were very good in those other courses. But for this particular course, it began, her grade was so poor, she wasn't attending the class. If you even want to attend, she will not listen to the lecture. And we realize that particular lecturer look exactly like the person that abused her sexually while she was in secondary school. So because she was not healed from that experience, anytime she came to the classroom, the memories of that experience, flashback from that experience, will flood her mind that will make her not to be able to concentrate. Remember, the same mind that she needed to read, to learn, and to listen is the same mind that has been affected as a result of the abuse that she went through. So there was no coordinated effort. There was no way she could be able to use the mind to do the same thing at the same time. So it's important for us to understand the impact of trauma, because trauma has the capacity to be able to affect us. It can change the trajectory of our life. It can also change the structure and the function of our brain. That is why it's important for teachers, for educators to pay attention to this particular, topic that we are talking about today. Once you have it and school begin to create system in place to see how they can begin to address the issue around trauma, they will realize that they will start creating classroom that children are interested to come and they are willing to participate actively even within the classroom. According to World Health Organization, around 20 to 30% of children and adolescents experience mental health disorder. They experience mental health issues like depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, eating disorder, substance abuse, and so on and so forth. So if you have 20 to 30% population of young people in Nigeria experiencing this, and these are the same people that go to school to learn, it means that this particular topic that we're talking about is of importance and very, very critical. If we don't address it, this percentage will increase, and trust me, in the future or in the nearest future, which we're already in, we'll be sitting on a time bomb. We need to be able to understand that mental health issues is increasing is increasing in our society, especially among young people. And the reason why this is increasing is because of the so many stressors that young people experience. However, once mental health issues are being experienced by young people, one of the things it does is that it impacts on their ability to learn. Remember, they use their mind and their brain to learn. So if they are experiencing it, it impacts on their capacity to learn. It also impacts on their ability to socialize, not just only to learn, but also to socialize in the classroom and to function daily. So it's important for us to understand how powerful the mental illness or illnesses are, and why we need to begin to create the right environment for them to function effectively. So in the world, in Nigeria, children are increasingly exposed to different kinds of stressors, and poverty is a stressor because poverty has the capacity to impact on your mental health. It's a stress of family dysfunction. It's a stressor, conflict within the family, the death of a loved one, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, even physical abuse. All of these things are stressors that can impact on the mental health of children in the classroom. And you see a lot of young people live in this environment where some of them experience these stressors that we are talking about. And most times they come to the classroom, we think they are okay, but they are not okay, because you see mental health issues are not written in our face, and most times we don't even pay attention to it. We don't even have an idea of what it is. I've been to different functions, I've conducted different training, talking about mental health, and you realize that quite a number of people are not even aware of what these mental health issues are, and a lot of people experience it. If we say we should do a mental health check now, you realize that some people are going through mental health problems that they are not even aware that they are going through mental health problems. And the reason, mental health issues is not like physical health issues where you can feel the pain. It's not as obvious as that, but it's there, and it has a lot of negative impact, just the same way physical health issues have a lot of negative impact. So it's important we pay attention to it. Unfortunately, less than 10% of teachers in Nigeria have received no support when it comes to mental health problem. And these are teachers that that teach their children in the classroom, which some of them are experiencing mental health problem. But less than 10% in Nigeria have not received any form of training that has to do with mental health. They have not received any form of training that has to do with lay counseling or providing some level of counseling for children. And the point is this, that most times when teachers are recruited, the only emphasis is expertise in the subject. We focus so much on, you are very good with mathematics, of course, which is important. We have to focus on that. But once you focus only on how good they are when it comes to the subject matter and neglect the other part that can also influence the children that they are teaching, then we realize that we only have teachers who have been trained or recruited to focus on only one aspect of the children's life while the other aspects are suffering. So we have teachers who have not received adequate support. most teachers in Nigeria have not, they don't even understand what these mental health issues are. And we have children under them who are going through trauma on a daily basis. Some of them come to the classroom, they have been abused even before they came to the classroom. Some of them are experiencing the abuse that the parent, the mother or the father, is going through, and they are coming to your classroom, and you're wondering why this child is not concentrating. You're wondering why this child is daydreaming, why this child is not paying attention to what you're teaching. You need to be able to pay attention and understand how powerful mental health issues are and why we need to pay attention to these. At least today you begin to understand the importance of this and begin to also recognize some of the signs of trauma. Listen to this quote by Karen Gross. He said that trauma does not stop at the school door, which means that children do not come to school and leave the trauma they are going through at home. Neither do they come to school or into your classroom, and before they enter the classroom, did they draw the trauma at the school door? They did not. They take it with them. It's part of them. Trauma is resident in the body. Trauma that they have gone through, the experience that they have gone through is in the body, is there in the body, and it helps. It reflects in how they react. It reflects in how they interact. It reflects in how they learn. It reflects in how they interact even with you and their peers in the classroom. So you are wondering why this child is behaving this way. I always say this, and please, it's very important for you as educators, teachers, parents, and counselors to understand this, that you cannot separate behavior from learning. You cannot, I repeat, you cannot separate behavior from learning. The reason is because learning is part of behavior and behavior is part of learning. So if you think your only focus and emphasis is just going to be about what they learn, they are going to tell you that in their learning, they are going to express their learning in a certain way, which has to do with their behavior. And most times in the classroom, you're going to realize that there are going to be triggers. Triggers are going to come from you as a teacher. It's going to come from their classmates. It's going to come from the environment. And those triggers will determine their trauma response. And as a response to those triggers, it's important for us to understand that children most of the time do not even know how to process their trauma experience, and that is why they react the way they react. You're wondering why this child is behaving the way they are behaving. Children is not as matured as adults to some extent to be able to even learn how to control their emotions and how to manage their behavior. But for children, because of traumatic experience, even sometimes they can't even explain the traumatic experience they've gone through. They can't even process it, and that is why they are behaving that way. But for you as teachers, it's important you have this knowledge so that you can help to first of all create the right environment for them to function effectively, and also see how you're going to support them. Understanding trauma in children is very important. So when we talk about trauma, when we talk about mental health issues, when we talk about emotional distress, what are we simply talking about? So trauma refers to that distressing or disturbing experience that overwhelms someone's ability or capacity to cope. So anything that overwhelms your ability or capacity to cope is trauma for children once they are unable to cope in the classroom. So you see why it's important for you to begin to pay attention to this issue and see how we can start addressing it as soon as possible, because the child will come to the classroom and is already overwhelmed by the traumatic experience, and the child will not be able to function effectively. Have you not seen children? I've seen children, especially when I was still teaching in the classroom setting, the formal classroom setting. I've seen children who used to be very intelligent, very smart, sound. Their grade is so excellent, and they just come to the classroom. After a while, you see their grades start dropping. For us teachers, the first thing that is, it's easy for us to start criticizing, for us to start saying, oh, this child is too playful, this is it. And in some cases, you see, when the child scores 0, some teacher will even go to the extent of drawing the 0 so big, putting the ear of the child, draw the child there, put the eyes and put the nose, and begin to describe the child, which in itself can be a traumatic experience for children. I went through that experience. There was a time when I was in primary school, I scored 0, and the teacher, till date, I've not forgotten that experience. So imagine how many years ago that I graduated, that memory, that experience stuck in my mind. Till date, I've not forgotten it. So it tells you that there is something that we need to pay attention to as soon as we can. Once children are going through a traumatic experience, it overwhelms their capacity to listen to you. It overwhelms their capacity to cope in the classroom. It overwhelmed. In fact, most of the time, they can't even help themselves because they can't express what they are going through. They can't express their experience. They are trying to behave the right way, but they find themselves that there's already a default setting as a result of the trauma they've gone through, that they can't even function the right way that you want them to function. But it's easy for us to quickly flog, to quickly discipline, to quickly beat the child, or to punish the child, or even insult the child in some cases. So in children, trauma can stem from various sources. It can be from them witnessing violence in their family, experiencing abuse, even neglect, whether it's physical neglect or emotional neglect. That in itself is traumatic experience for children. You see, I don't have the time to begin to tell us the developmental stages of children, and now every stage is so important for us to create the right environment if we want them to function and develop properly. I give you one or two examples. There is a principle that is known as the principle of serve and return. The principle of serve and return was developed by a professor in Harvard, and that professor said that whatever you do to a child is known as serve, and what the child does in response to what you do is known as return. So if, for instance, you smile, the child will smile in response. If, for instance, the child is coming for a hug and you reject and you refuse the child, you have sent a message that sticks into the mind of that child and make the child start feel rejected. And you wonder, when the child grow up and the child is feeling rejected, it doesn't trust people anymore. You are wondering what could have been the reason. The child must have experienced a lot of rejection growing up that has affected his capacity to begin to trust in people. That is one principle. So when children cry also, especially within the infancy age, cry to a child is different from cry an adult. When a child cry, especially infant, that is the only way they can communicate, because they have not developed the capacity to speak in clear terms that you will understand. So when they cry, they are trying to communicate something to you. But once the cry of an infant becomes a problem to you, the child can feel rejected because the child is trying to communicate, but you are not listening. And these are certain things that we've done. We've created an environment that have traumatized the children. And that is why we are talking about this in this model that Yuri Bernard developed. He called it the ecosystem of development. And I will show you how this environment, this ecosystem, has been able to impact on children, whether positively or negatively. But because we are talking about trauma, I'm going to emphasize how the negative responses, how the things we've created within the environment has impacted on children in a negative way that has made them become traumatized and expressing psychological distress, and has also affected their their development as a child. So Prophet Bernard developed the 5 system. He said every child grow within this system. And the more you pay attention to this system, the better it is for every one of us. There are some of these systems that are within your control, and there are some that are not within your control. So he said we need to pay attention, because your child will grow or will go through all of this system. And this system is influencing your child just the same way your child is influencing the system. So the first one he called the microsystem. This is the system that has to do with your immediate environment, which is the family, the school system, your religious institution. All of these, he called it the microsystem. The first place the child starts growing up in is in the family. Afterward, the child goes to school. He goes to the religious environment. He said all of this environment, all of this system, which he called the ecosystem, this family environment, the school environment, the religious environment, the neighborhood, he said it has the capacity to impact on the child positively or negatively. It's in the family environment the child can witness family violence, maybe the husband beating the wife or the wife beating the husband. That experience in itself is impacting on the child negatively and is causing some form of psychological distress in the child. The child can grow in a family system or even go to a school where there is lack of any support at all. That in itself is an experience that is impacting the child. So in the school environment, the child can be impacted positively or negatively. In the family, in the church, or in the mosque, the child can be impacted positively or negatively. He said all of this system on its own on its own, even without interacting with each other, on its own, in isolation, they have the capacity to impact the child. It is among this system that we have seen children being abused. Whether it's in the family, in the home, in the religious institution, or in the school, it is in this microsystem we've seen children being abused, whether it's physical abuse, emotional abuse, or sexual abuse. So you see how this system in itself has the capacity to traumatize a child. For some of us, and most of us, we have the control over this system. But they said also there is another system that is known as the mesosystem. The mesosystem talk about the interaction between the two microsystems. So interaction between the family and the school. He said that interaction has the capacity to influence how your child will develop, and it can also traumatize the child. I give an example. So I've seen teachers and parents who don't have good relationship. Most times they fight or they quarrel, they insult each other, they don't even like each other, they talk to themselves anyhow. Maybe the parent talk to the teacher the way he or she feels like, and the teacher is also angry. He said that experience in itself can impact on the child. Like we know this popular saying that when two elephants fight, is the grass that suffers. So you see the child who is being traumatized, even the teacher sometimes it transfers the aggression on the child because of the experience he's having with the parent. So you see the interaction of the microsystem has the capacity to traumatize the child. So strained relationship between family and school, or family and the community, can impact the child negatively. And we have the exosystem. The exosystem has to do with the community, what you experience within the community, within the workplace. So I give you a perfect example. This talk about a system that the child is not directly involved in, but is impacting on the child negatively. So for instance, you can be a parent that work in an organization that don't have family-friendly policy. And because they don't have family-friendly policy, the policy that they have created that is impacting on your family negatively is also impacting on the child. So maybe in your workplace, they say you come to work weekend, when you close late, so you don't even have time to be able to pay attention to the needs of your child. You come back late, your child is already sleeping, your child is going through pain, you don't even know the kind of pain the child is experiencing. All of these things is gradually creating a gap between you and your child because you are not sensitive to their need. We call it attunement. You are not attuned to the need of the child because of the work, because of the kind of policy they have created in your workplace. And this in itself is impacting on how the child is developing and is traumatizing the child. And he talk about the macro system. This talk about the larger society as a whole. How the society, such as media, the government policies, and all of these is impacting on the child. Imagine the kind of environment we live in right now, where there are a lot of policy coming up. Things are increasing. So many families cannot afford basic things of life because of government policy, and it's impacting on how the child is growing. Maybe a child that used to eat egg to school, every day. Now you cannot afford egg, and the child is no longer eating egg again to school. That simple act in itself can impact on the child negatively and traumatize the child. So the macro system in itself has the capacity to traumatize the child. And the last but not the least is called the chronos system. This talk about significant events in the life of a child. It could be the death of a loved one. Maybe the child has lost somebody that is so close to him or her. You think it doesn't matter. It does matter. The child will come to the classroom and will not be able to concentrate because of that experience. Or maybe the child, for instance, I've worked in the north where a lot of young children have gone through war. They have experienced war. They have seen their father being killed by Boko Haram in their presence. You think that experience has left the mind of the child? No. We work with children. We tell them to draw whatever they are thinking about. We will see children drawing weapons, drawing guns, drawing their father, being killed by Boko Haram, by terrorist group. And this in itself is in their mind. Every time they get to the classroom, they are not able to concentrate because of this experience that they are thinking and going through. So it's important for us to understand how powerful the mind is, how powerful the soul is, and how it's been traumatized. And because it's been traumatized, children are not able to learn. It's not because they are not intelligent, that's why they are not doing well. It's not because they are not smart, that's why their learning outcome is being affected. No, it's because of what they some of them are going through. It's not because some are lazy. They've tried their best to work hard, to be the best, and to do what they can. But that experience is impacting on their mind negatively. That is why teachers need to be compassionate. That is why teachers needs to show empathy. That is why teacher needs to withdraw judgment or to withhold judgment. Embrace every new experience with a child with curiosity and not prejudice. That is why teachers don't need to be biased. That is why we need to raise teachers who are kind, who are compassionate, who will make their classroom look like heaven, where children come and experience healing instead of pain. That is the kind of teachers we need to start raising. They need to pay attention to the mental health of children, because children are going through trauma. Children are not immune from trauma. Children are not immune from mental and emotional distress. This world is becoming so challenging. There are things that are that are beyond their control. We can help by providing the right environment for them to function effectively. Trauma in the classroom. The school can be a source of trauma. And it's very important. We've talked about the systems, the different systems, the family, the society, the workplace, and everything, how they're impacting on the child. But for this particular set, our emphasis on the school. The school in itself can traumatize the child. That is why you see most time we design policy for different schools. We are designing or creating a policy that is around being trauma sensitive. How do you create a school environment that is trauma sensitive? We've done that several times for different schools. And you see, one of the things we've come to find out is that even most schools do not understand that even the gate man at the school gate can do things that will traumatize the child. And as the child is going to your classroom, he's already traumatized. And for that day, he's not able to listen to whatever you're saying. So we do policies to ensure that the school, everyone, including the gate man, the cleaner, everybody know what it is to traumatize a child and how they need to be trauma informed or trauma sensitive so that they can help to develop children properly. So the school in itself can be a source of trauma. You see children, we call it selective mutism, where children are in the school, they play and they talk, but when they get home, they are quiet. Or they can be at home and play and enjoy themselves, but when they get to school, they are quiet. It is known as selective mutism. Why? Most times, these children who express selective mutism, quite a number of times, that environment in which they are quiet might have abused them. So they have associated the environment with pain. Sometimes you say a child does not like going to school. It's not like the child doesn't like going to school. It's possible that the child has associated you as a teacher or the school environment with pain, and nobody is attracted to pain. Whenever people see pain, even adults, they try to move away from pain. Everyone is attracted to something that gives them joy and excitement. So it's important for us to pay attention to this particular experience so that we know that trauma is real. And for us as teachers, we need to start creating the right environment for them. So the school can be a source of trauma. Bullying in the school must be discouraged. There must be zero tolerance for it, because in itself, it has the capacity to traumatize children. High discipline. The way you discipline children, your method, your approach can be traumatizing. We need to pay attention to that, because that in itself can be a source of trauma for the child. And the child is not listening to you. That's why I say sometimes the child will say, oh, the child is having good grade in this particular subject, but in this subject his grade is so poor. Because in that grade is having subject to having good grade, the teacher is so trauma sensitive. The teacher is so kind and caring that the child loves the subject and they are willing to read and listen to the class or to the lesson. But for yours, anytime they see you, they already switch off, because you will come with harsh, words, harsh discipline, harsh approach, insults, and every other thing, and they are not just willing to accommodate such behavior. And you're wondering why. You see, I did an experiment with some teachers recently, and I asked them, when you were in school, primary school, and these teachers were already adults, some in their 40s, some in their 50s. As when you were in primary school, who were your favorite teacher? What made that teacher your favorite teacher? And quite a lot, then you'll be shocked that what they told me that made that teacher your favorite teacher has nothing to do, only one or two that has to do with how intelligent the teacher was. Most of them talk about, oh, the teacher was kind, the teacher listened to me, the teacher gave me attention, the teacher was concerned about my well-being. These are things that we think they are not important, but these are the things that are so important important that even motivate children to want to learn. So I'm talking to teachers today. One of the way to be trauma sensitive and to undo trauma in the classroom, you must show empathy. You must show compassion. Let's quickly look at some of the signs of mental health and emotional distress in students. Some of the things you need to know before you even talk of handling it. You need to know some of these signs, because knowing the sign first will help you. And I'm not coming here to tell you how to become an expert in handling and children that are going through mental. No, that is not your. But at least as teacher, you are the first point of contact. You should be able to know some of these things. And if it requires you to refer the child to a counselor or a professional, then you do that. But at least you need to understand this, know the sign, have knowledge about it. So I've divided this sign into 3 areas, or categorized it into 4 areas, which has to do with the behavioral sign, the academic sign. We also have the emotional sign and the social sign. So for the behavioral sign, you might be in the classroom and you see that the child, all of his that used to be active everywhere, all of a sudden start withdrawing. Don't just think that this child is useless or something, the child is just being, funny. No, something might be going wrong. You need to pay attention to it. You need to probe further. This is a child that that is always active, willing to associate, but all of a sudden start withdrawing. You need to ask questions. You need to pay attention. This is one of the signs of trauma or emotional distress, or the child just become overly aggressive. Because there is what we call survival mood. We have the flight, the freeze, and the flight, the freeze, and the flight, freeze, and flee. So if the child become unnecessarily aggressive, and right from time, this child is not that aggressive, something might be going wrong. Or the child is just clingy, always seeking attention, just want to only you to give the child your attention, something might be wrong. There's just a sudden change in the behavior. These are behavioral signs that you can notice or pay attention to. And there's the emotional sign. Is it anxiety the child is going through? Is it that fear? The child is just fearful at every little thing, he's just afraid, or there's this emotional outburst, or he's just sad. These are emotional signs that can tell you that something most likely is wrong with the child. And there's the sign that has to do with the academic. All of a sudden, the grade of the child is declining. The child doesn't lack motivation. He doesn't come to school again, start as missing class lesson. Absenteeism become the order of the day. The child, is no longer motivated, no longer engaged to want to study, to want to learn. The child is being distracted. Pay attention to it. Don't just say, oh, it's one of those things. Pay attention to it. Something is most likely wrong somewhere. It's possible somebody is already, abusing the child, or the child is already expressing some unpleasant experience that is affecting the child mentally and emotionally, that the child is no longer able to cope in the classroom. Don't just ignore it. As part of your job as teacher, it's not only to teach. And this is one thing I need to emphasize to teacher on a daily basis. Your job is not only to teach. You need to begin to look beyond the curriculum. Part of your curriculum is to show empathy, is to be compassionate, is to serve the student, is to support them and ensure that they become a total person, physically, emotionally, morally, and in every aspect of their life, they are well developed. That is part of the unwritten code. It is part of the unwritten rules that you need to learn and maximize effectively. And there's the social sign that you will notice. So you start noticing that the child is isolating himself. He just want to be alone. He stop making friends. He start mistrusting other people. These are things that we need to pay attention to as we begin to teach children the importance of this. So what are the importance of a safe classroom environment? Because you see, when children are traumatized, maybe from the family, let's say the school is not even contributing to the trauma experience, but you can help to reduce the impact of this trauma by 70% if you create the right environment for the child. The child feel loved in your environment. The child feel loved in your classroom. The child feels safe in your classroom. It's enough to reduce the impact of the traumatic experience that the child is receiving from the other system, because you have created an environment that is like heaven to the child. You have created an environment that is heaven on earth for the child. So the child, feel love. The child is, enjoying himself. So you need to create a space within your classroom that is trauma sensitive. I always tell teachers, I say, please make your classroom a healing center. I repeat, make your classroom a healing center. Once you create an environment where the child comes in going through pain and they're experiencing healing, I think not only in the religious environment you need to have a healing center. Your classroom can be a healing center for the child. So create a trauma sensitive classroom. Encourage a classroom where students feel loved, feel held, and safe to express themselves.
It's like he's frozen. Hello? Hi. Can you hear him?
No, no, no.
Okay, so it's not just me. Okay. So I'm sure
For you,
you're
you must
learning
recognize your
quite a
role
lot.
as teacher
Okay,
to
great,
be
it's
able to
back.
build that trust and response with them.
Okay, so I guess we wait for him to come back. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been here till now. You know, like the comments I've been receiving, I'm getting people saying, "Oh, these classes, these sessions were really worth it." Thank you, Mrs. Oluwatoyin. And one of the things I tell parents, you need to go for classes. You need to go for workshop, because these are the only avenues you can learn how to raise your children better. And like I was telling our moderator today, I said she's one of the luckiest people on earth, because she's learning how to raise her children while they're still young. Unlike us, when we went into parenting when our children were like 8, 9, 10, they're already formed and all that. So what we are learning in this workshop, in this summit, is not what you buy on the street. This is not Google, go and downloading it on Google. These are personal experiences. You can see that most of our facilitators, they're sharing their own experiences, they're sharing what they're doing on the field. So Mr. Thank God is back. Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. So we're going to go back into the background, backstage. You can continue, sir. Mr. Thank God, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You can continue. You can continue, sir.
Okay. Sorry, apology for that. So I was saying
No,
that there
no.
are strategies that we need to be able to engage to help us as teachers, as educators, to create the right environment for for young children to be able to, manage the traumatic experience that they are going through. And it's important for us to be able to do that. So you might think that that is not your job. Your job is just to come and teach. But you see, what is teaching if you are not able to impart the children that you are teaching? What's his teaching if it's a child is going through traumatic experience and he doesn't know how to help himself or herself, and you just overlook what the child is going through and you think, oh, you also just to impact knowledge in the child. You will impact knowledge and you realize that the knowledge you're impacting is not even entering. The knowledge you're impacting is not even making any is not yielding any result because of the traumatic experience the child is going through. So one of the things you need to do is to be consistent and positive. You should have a consistent and positive interaction with the child. One thing we must realize is that having positive interaction does not mean you don't discipline the child. It doesn't mean you are not firm with the child. You are firm, but you ensure that every interaction that you are having with a child is positive. It means it's creating a positive memory. Trust me, your children that you are teaching, for every engagement you're having with them, you are impressing certain memories in their mind. and that memories will live with them, whether good or bad, it will live with them all their life. So you need to be careful the kind of memories you impress into their heart or you imprint in their mind, because they will think whenever they see you in the 10 years to come, in 20 years to come, in 30 years to come, it is the memory you created in their mind that they are going to engage you with. So it's important we have that positive interaction, and not just positive but consistent positive interaction. You don't want to be that kind of teacher that today your interaction is positive, tomorrow is negative. It has to be consistent. Another thing that children want to see from their teacher, and how we can help to support them from their trauma, is to listen actively. Children go through pain. Sometimes they are trying to communicate, but you are not listening, because most time we listen to reply, not to hear what the children are saying. So in your mind, you already have the answer to even give the child before the child finish whatever he or she is saying. So you need to listen actively. Most time I always tell teacher, there's a reason God give you 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that you listen more and talk less. So listen to the child, the pain the child is going through. There are sometimes I want to communicate what is happening at home that is even making him not to be able to concentrate in the classroom, but you are not willing to listen because you have been trained to always judge. You have not been trained to listen. You are trained to criticize. You have trained to insult. You are not trained to listen to the child and listen to their pain. I call it I said it earlier on that it is called attunement. You see the way you have the radio signal. If you want to pick a particular station, you put it to the right signal. That's what it means. Once you are tuned to the pain of the child, you get what they are going through and you connect deeply beyond what you are teaching. And you see, those children will never forget you. So teach emotional regulation. It's also important. Let's teach emotional regulation. Children want us to, sometimes trauma will affect their capacity to be able to regulate their emotions. They are not able to regulate it. You understand? So it affects them, how they are able to regulate their emotions. So we need to also teach them emotional regulation skills, because you see, trauma can impact their capacity to be able to regulate their emotion. And let's incorporate calm down spaces, where if they are going through pain, there's a space within the classroom where they can just tell them to calm down. If they need to do breathing exercise, let them do. If they need whatever form of exercise, let them, you want them to do, so that it just calm them down. Instead of us always criticizing, always doing, insulting and doing whatever, we feel that is right. But I think it's important we create that environment. And of course, let's encourage them. Let's support them. These are children we are talking about. Sometimes they might find it difficult to even be able to handle certain situations, especially the traumatic experience that they are going through. They might not even be able to handle it by themselves. But once we're able to encourage them, it helps. So again, we can also see that there are things we can do outside the classroom. If we have access to encourage them to counseling services, let's help them to access counseling services. Let's collaborate with their parents. Let's even promote community resources so that this can be able to help them to be able to function effectively. And through traumatic experience, and we need to be able to promote resilience. Very, very important. And I'll leave this as reflection for you as teachers. How do you currently address trauma in the classroom? I want you to think about it. Any signs of distress you have seen in your students? What small changes you could implement to make your classroom safer? In conclusion, understanding and identifying trauma in children is a critical step towards helping children thrive in the classroom. So by recognizing the signs of mental and emotional distress and creating safe and supportive environment, educators, parents, and counselors can mitigate the impact of trauma and empower children to feel secure and valued. Remember the quote we said earlier on: children trauma does not stop in the classroom door. Children take it into the classroom. As you are teaching, the trauma is living with them. But we can create an environment that is like heaven on earth. That your classroom can be a healing center. That your classroom can be heaven for the child. That whenever they are coming with excitement. They are happy because they are coming to hear and to receive information that will transform their life. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Oh my
Thank you
goodness.
very much, sir. Thank you so much. You really did justice to the topic. Proud to the first speaker yesterday. I was asking a question. I was saying, what part can schools play? And Ms. Oluwatoyi said, don't worry, somebody is coming tomorrow. He will handle that question for you. And I must say that you actually answered that question so well for me. Now I know the part the teachers have to play. Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Oluwatoyi, do you want to say something to our speakers?
Yes, I want to say thank you so much to Mr. Thank God. Oh my goodness. Somebody was saying that today's sessions were so, as in, so packed. I know the thing about when people are teaching what they're doing, they will be teaching from their own experiences, and also teaching from the fact that they've seen it, they've done this solution, and they've seen the result. So I want to say thank you so much, Rita. Thank God for having coming, honoring us, and coming here and teaching us. The good thing about life like this is that people actually go back and listen to the recordings and they learn from it. So thank you so much, Mr. Thank God.
Okay. I think there's a glitch in our network. Yeah. So I'm sure she will join us very soon. Okay. So do we have any question for Mr. Thank God? Do we have any
To go and
question? I'm sure we.
rewatch.
Okay.
Compared to just having like a Zoom meeting where you just hear me. Hello?
You went off for a while, but we can hear you now.
Yes, yes. Okay, okay. Thank you so much. So I was saying that it's so, when you see people that are actually doing the job and they actually
Okay. She's gone off again. So please, to our audience, if you can hear me, if you have any question, please drop it in the chat box and then we can read it out to Mr. Thank God before he leaves for today. But I'm sure we learned a lot, especially the when you talked about the signs, of mental and emotional distress. They were very well detailed, and also when you break down the ecosystem in a child's life. So when you talk about Eloma, are you back? Okay, we can
Yes, I'm back.
see you.
Yes, I'm back.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, all right.
So I was saying that when the way he taught, you can see the passion, you can see the experience, and you can also see the fact that he's walking his talk basically. He's done this, and he does a lot of training for teachers. So for those of us that are teachers here, and you want to get his services, you can just send a message to me. I'll let you know and give you his details. We've learned quite a lot. It's not just in the home, even the school. I remember I went for a training 2 weeks ago. I was I was a keynote speaker at a conference 2 weeks ago where I spoke to girls, young girls that have been they're called survivors. They've gone through one form of trauma or the other, and they have their teachers there. And the thing I told the teachers was I said that, do you know that some of these children, school is the only safe space they have, because home is toxic. Is that the parents are fighting? Some of them are being raped, are being molested by family members. So coming to school is like a safe haven for them. And it's expected that teachers should learn and understand these signs of trauma so that they'll be able to help these children, so that these children don't feel nobody loves me, everybody hates me, and and all that. So please, educators that are here, this is one session you shouldn't have missed. If you have other educators that are not here, please, you can copy the link and send to them. Let them watch and let them learn. They're quite, he said a whole lot. Is it from the trauma from home, trauma in the class, trauma in the society, trauma in the environment? He spoke about, and he broke everything down into understandable parts. So thank you so much, Mr. Thank God is gone off. So over to you, our dear moderator. If you have questions, please, you can put our questions there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ma. So I'm looking out for the questions. I'm sure we should have some questions. I know he did justice to his topic and it was able to cover everything, but is there anything you're not clear about or something would like to know? Please kindly drop them in the comment section so we can answer the question. Or if there's something he said that really struck you, that you felt like, oh my, I didn't know this before, you can also drop it in the comment section. For me, I didn't know about the ecosystems, that the children have in their lives. I never knew. I just
It's
thought
back.
if everything. Okay, all right.
You can continue. You were saying something. You can
Okay.
continue.
Okay, so I was talking about the ecosystems. I didn't know it was that much. I felt if everything is okay in the home front, then the child is okay. But now I know that the society, the church, and every other thing matters. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so I'm looking out for the
Thank you.
questions. Yeah. Do we have any question for Mr. Thank God? Okay. Everyone is saying thank you so much. Father Abraham says this is a great presentation with passion. Thank you. Oluwaseun Abidemi says thank you so much, sir. Cherith says thank you so much for your time. So everyone is really, really thanking you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Okay. On that note, I think I will hand over to Miss Olua in case you have anything to tell him.
So, Mr. Thank God, I want to say thank you so much. Our next speaker should be somewhere. She said she's joining us. So I want to say thank you so much. It seems that you finished all the conversation because no one has questions yet.
I,
So it seems like you really, really, really explained it into details. And like the facilitator said, okay, so I said she has a question. As a
all right.
parent, identifying trauma in a child, how do we go about it? I mean, how do we handle it? Mr.
Hello, can
Thank
you
God,
hear
did you
me?
see? Yes, I can hear you now. So there's a
You say as
question
a
here for
parent,
you.
okay. As a
Can
parent,
you
how
did,
do you identify trauma in a child? Is that the question? Or identifying trauma
yes,
in a child, how do you go about it?
having identified trauma in a child, how do we go about it? I mean, how do we handle it?
Okay, so the first thing is the fact that once you have been able to identify it, but we also need to know that what you are calling trauma is trauma, because identifying trauma is also a skill. It's not just something one just again the fact that we're giving you some sign does not mean when you now see a child withdraw, you just say, oh, this child is having trauma. You can't just make that conclusion. It has to be diagnosed. You understand? And that has to be done by a professional. But however, the only thing you can do once you identify such behavior is to first of all probe further to really know. But let's say you have identified and you know it's trauma, then you need to be able to get the child, to first of all, before you even refer the child to a professional, for you as a person, put in structure and system based on what I've said. How do you interact with the child? Sometimes all the child just want to know is that they want to feel love. They want to know that somebody is listening to them. They want to know that someone is supporting them. That singular act in itself can go a long way to help the child to reduce the impact of the trauma. But when you see that you've done all of these, but it still persists, you need to say professional who are well trained to be able to handle that issues. So it's important we have this understanding. Most time people say, oh, they don't have anything to give because they are not skilled to do that. No, you have. Even if it's love, even if it's compassion, empathy that you show, it has its own, role to play in helping a child to, experience healing. But beyond that, if it persists, you need to refer the child to see a professional to help the child and do that.
Thank you so much, sir. Do you have any other question before our next speaker comes up? Any other question? Thank you, Charity, for that question. Any other question?
No.
I guess we don't have any other question. So thank you so much, Mr. Thank God. God bless you. God bless you. So let's wait. So while you read out our next speaker should be somewhere. She says she's joining in. Let me see. So I guess you can read her profile, then go on a short break, 1 minute break, then we come back.
Okay, thank you very much. So I must say that I love the progression of the speakers. I mean, our last speaker talked about learning difficulties and everything, and our next speaker is actually dealing with that. You know, she's speaking one of the learning difficulties and telling us more about them. So our next speaker is Mrs. Oladoyin
Psychologist?
Ido, psychologist. Okay,
Miss.
thank you. Miss. Yeah. So our next speaker is Miss Oladoyin Ido. She's a mental health professional and the founder of One Word Africa Foundation. She's a graduate member of the British Psychological Society with over 7 years of experience and advocacy for dyslexia and neurodiversity. Ms. Oladoyin has trained thousands of educators and parents on effective management and support for learning differences. Our expertise spans psychological first aid, cognitive behavioral therapy, trauma informed care, business development, and leadership. Wow, you agree with me? That's a lot. So, um, is she here now? If not, we'll go on a break shortly. We'll go on a 1 minute. Oh, she's here. She's here. Hello, mom. You're welcome. Nice to have you.
Sorry, I was muted. Hi,
Okay, that
good evening, everyone.
yes, you're welcome,
Sorry,
ma.
I got lost in YouTube. I was listening to Mr. Tengod's session.
Oh,
Disclaimer: Mr. Tengod used to be my lecturer in Redeemer's University.
oh
So
my.
yeah, but yeah.
That must have been so surreal for you listening to him. I'm speaking just after him. Wow,
Yes.
thank you so much, ma. So I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you now. So you have the floor. Please, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It is my pleasure to be speaking with you here today on the Mental Health Summit for Parents on, smart parenting for your child and your adolescent. My name is Ola Doidowu, and I am the founder and director at One World Africa Foundation. It's an organization that is dedicated to raising awareness on dyslexia and neurodiversities across board. I'm tasked here today to talk to you about dyslexia, share a bit of my personal experience, and also give you a bit of first aid tips. I always say first aid tips because first aid is supposed to be simple 911 steps you can take when you're found in a situation, right? An emergency situation that is. But ultimately, the idea is that with all of the knowledge that you gain from this session, it doesn't end here. You're on a constant journey of trying to find out more, educate yourself more, equip yourself more. I'm hoping that, I'm hoping that you don't just end with what I say here and conclude that you're an expert on the subject matter. Because 8 years now down the line, it became 8 years officially on October 15th. 8 years now down the line, I realized that even I am on a constant journey of learning. So, what is dyslexia? Dyslexia is a neurological difference that impacts a person's or a child's ability to learn in a traditional classroom environment. It is specific to learning in the sense that when a child is suspected to have dyslexia, you can test things like IQ and find that this just child in question has average to above average IQ. You can check every other facets of learning and see that it's intact. But so why is it that you have above average, average to above average IQ? Why is it that you have, you're going through normal classroom instructions? Why is it that there was no problem at birth, and yet this person is not learning? Those are some of the confusions that we have with dyslexia. But dyslexia, again, in its definition, is a specific learning difference. So it is specific to learning. It does not impact the brain. It doesn't impact any other thing. It just impacts learning, right? One of the analogies that I also like to utilize is the use of hands, right? So we have some people are left-handed and some people are right-handed. And if you're a right-handed person, you will find that whenever you need to do an activity, you gravitate to doing that activity with the hand that is your dominant hand, right? So if you are left-handed, vice versa. So if your dominant hand is right, whenever you want to write, the first thing that instinctively comes to you is to pick up your pencil or biro or pen with that dominant hand. It is only when you're doing an activity that requires extra support that you will find yourself reinforcing with another hand to help you carry out the task that you're trying to do. So let me tie that to what I mean in dyslexia. So with a person, everybody has a brain, right? And our brain is divided into two hemispheres. We have the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere. The right hemisphere has its functions, the left hemisphere has its functions. Neurotypical people are said to be left hemisphere dominant. Not that they don't use functions of their right hemisphere, but they are left hemisphere dominant. While neurodiverse persons, examples, i.e., people who have dyslexia, they are said to be right hemisphere dominant, right? So if we were to process language, for instance, if we come across a the science of reading is like your eyes are seeing an information and you need to transfer that information into your brain and process it into a meaning to make sense of it. So when a person comes across a word and they need to process it, a dyslexic person would first utilize their right hemisphere to process that information that they're looking at. And what are the functions of the right hemisphere? We have things like creativity, 3D imagination. So it means that if I see a word on a text, I need to be able to process it using my 3D imagination, using creativity, right? And there are some things that I would see and it would be easy to process that information with that side of my brain. But in the school system, what we typically have are abstract constructs, things that, require logical reasoning. And this is why people who have dyslexia will often struggle. And one of the things I'm dyslexic, so I'm seeing pop-ups and yeah. But I will try to flow, right? Thank you very much.
So sorry. So you don't want pop up, right?
No, it's fine. I would actually like
Is it-
someone to be on the screen if it's possible as well, just so I know
Okay.
that. Yeah, it feels
Okay.
like
Okay. Okay.
yeah. I don't.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah, I can tell that.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
No problem. I'll be on the
Thank you.
screen and I'll stop the pop up.
Yeah. Sorry. Like my brain works.
Okay.
I was literally trying to read the pop up and then I lost my train of thought. So, permit me. We're trying to teach inclusion. So parents, if you're also watching this is some of the things that can help you when you're trying to give your child learning development, neurological development, and things like that. And when you break instructions into smaller, I will get there. I digress. So let me come back to my flow of thought. So, so as I was saying, right, a child who is neurodiverse, people who have dyslexia, people who have the ADHD, autism, dyscalculia, dysprasia, right, and they are termed to be right hemisphere dominant. So again, it does not mean that the part of the brain is not working. It just means that they depend on the right side of their brain more. So when they're trying to process information, they will utilize the areas and the functions of the right hemisphere. So let's do a case study. Coming into the classroom, we are trying to teach a child a concept, and the concepts are heavy on logical reasoning, and a dyslexic brain processes it imaginatively or visually. That's where you start to see struggles, right? So case in point, I want to teach a child about mathematics. The child has never done anything in maths before, and I want to introduce the child to mathematics. And I start by bringing 1 plus 1 and saying equals 2. A logical brain will hear 1 plus 1 equals 2 and it will make sense. But in a neurodiverse person who thinks pictorially, who has never come across 1 and doesn't have a function or meaning of 1 in their brain, would not be able to process that terminology, right? But if I come to the class and I make a visual visual activity out of it, where I say 1 apple and another apple, bringing it together will give us how many apples? two apples. Those are things that help to encode things, visually into, the mind of a person who has dyslexia, right? But very quickly, the reason why I did not prepare a slide was because I wanted to make it a very personal session where I actually share my story, and I'm sure that that's why I was invited here today. And it is really just so that I'm sharing this so that it's always relatable whenever I share it, and it's just so that parents are able to pick point areas in which they have similarities in their children. So yeah, goes right. The reason why I do the work that I do is because I went to school with my dyslexia and it was undiagnosed. And what happened with that was that I was flogged, I was embarrassed, and I was put in vulnerable situations that had adverse effect, but I was able to turn things around. Like every normal child, I go into the system. Enthusiastic about learning, wanting to learn like my classmates. And remember, we call children tabula rasa. Children are like sponges. So it's a new, no information has been formed, or no, there is nothing. As a child grows, you're encoding things into them, and that's how they start to have language development and every other development and all that milestones that they're able to eat, right? So I go into school like every normal child, and I'm oftentimes described by my mom as a curious child who was always curious about things. One of the first things my mom claims I like to say was why. I always wanted to ask you why to every situation and everything that you wanted. So as a curious child going into the system, I would believe that I also had the curious mind to want to learn, right? But I go into a system and I start to find that they were teaching me and I couldn't learn, right? I was being introduced to normal activities in the classroom like my peers, but I couldn't learn. What was wrong? Those are questions that that begs to be answered. I had the same activities, the same instructional materials that every other child had in the classroom, but I wasn't learning. I would spend extra time because my parents always ensured that I was doing extra tutoring, but I wasn't learning. But what did parents do? What did teachers do? Because in retrospect, they didn't understand the situation. What they would do is that they tried to motivate me using adverse methods like flogging, corporal punishments. Those were the things that they utilized to help me learn. But like I mentioned before, when I started my session, that it was because of the way my brain was wired, right? So corporal punishment, all of those things. And I went through school unable to learn, unable to develop language abilities, just being able to move on from one class to another, not necessarily achieving the milestones in reading and writing and all of the things that I needed to achieve. And what did this mean to me emotionally? It meant that I could see people my age, and I could already tell that there's something that they possess that I do not have, right? And what would that translate? It translated to me feeling like I was less, feeling like I was abnormal, feeling like I was not good enough. And so when punishments came, when flogging came, when all of those things were happening, I genuinely started to feel like I deserved it. Let's also go back to the fact that I said I was a curious child, right? And being a curious child, I was always open to asking questions I wanted to know. And one of the first insults that you would get in a cultural environment is the fact that is because you are always jumping up and down. That's why you cannot calm down to learn something. Those are some of the kind of comments that I would hear. Another thing that was very significant also was the fact that I had, people would describe me and say that I had a big head, but it was empty, right? And, those were some of the things that, that I would hear growing up. Now, those were also causes of punishment for me because why are you curious? If you cannot still learning that you're supposed to learn, you are not learning it. Why are you, why is your head big, yet it is not accumulating knowledge? Those are some of the information and those were some of the things that I was hearing. And over time, what that did to me was that I started to reduce myself. I started to not be curious anymore. If I had a question, I would keep it within myself because I was trying to take away attention from me, because the main thing that I was supposed to be able to achieve, I couldn't do, which is learning, which is also telling parents and anyone watching today as well that when you have a child, as much as we're paying attention to academic achievement, let's also pay attention to some of the other qualities that the children have that we can harness, because academic is important, but there's more than just that, right? So coming back to the story, right? Couldn't learn, right? And I started reducing myself, and that started to shape the vision of how I saw myself, or the picture of how I saw myself. I saw myself as someone who was different from other people, who cannot learn what other people were learning, who cannot do what other people were doing, and who had abilities like curiosity, but was not functional because all it did was got me punished. And I proceeded into secondary school environment as well. And with secondary school environment, responsibilities became greater and the demands even became higher. Now, in this environment, I had to change school 3 different times. Now, at these 3 different times, when I also had to change school as a child, some of the things that are important are your social groups, right? You have social groups in church, you have social groups in school, friendship groups, really is what I mean by social groups. And already in that social groups, I did not feel like I belonged. So you will find behaviors like when a child is trying to do things to earn or impress their friends, which are things that you would consider unnecessary or out of character. Again, I'm saying this and I'm emphasizing it so you can see pattern of behavior. But when I go into the characteristics of dyslexia, you should note that while there are similarities, dyslexia is a very unique condition, right? But I'm also trying to buttress the emotional and mental health impact of working through this journey ends. So trying to be with friends, but trying to hide my true self, because I already started learning how to shrink myself because I didn't think that I was normal or I was, any of those. And very early enough as well, I started being in survival mode, because things that people would tell me, adults would tell me, is that if I cannot learn, how then will I succeed? So very early enough, a mental image formed in my head, or a mental realization that I would likely not succeed, or I would definitely for sure not succeed. And I started looking out to society, right? What are some of the things that qualify for survival? Is either you are the societal standard of beautiful, or you are able to be, you're intelligent and you can go through school, graduate from school, earn, some academic degree and get good jobs. I also didn't feel like I fell into the societal standard of beautiful, because one of the first things that people would use to insult my inability to learn is that fact that my head was big, right? So all these things started to form difficult notions. See how something that was an academic issue has now transitioned into more than just academic. And that's also because the adults did not help to, constrain or define the realities around what I was facing. In retrospect, they did not know. But even when you do not know something as an adult, it is very important that if your child is going through a situation, as an adult, a parent, a teacher, even when that situation is unknown to you, the first line of action should be empathy. The first line of action should be empathy and the realization that this person is a child who is looking to you for direction. And empathy would inform how you proceed moving forward, even into navigating the information in which you seek to better understand what the person is going through. So it could be dyslexia, it could be any other thing. When you have a child or anyone in your custody who something is going on with and you do not understand what it is, the first line of action, again, I say, is empathy. So back to the story, going through school and having all that, situation where I already started to feel desperate that I wouldn't make it in life. I wouldn't be successful. I am not the societal standard of beautiful. I couldn't do the academic abilities. And I started trying to impress friends and join friendship groups and just do things just so that people would like me, because I didn't think that I possessed the natural abilities to be liked. Remember that I already thought that something was fundamentally wrong with me. And teenagehood is where you come across a lot of vices. I remember in in my secondary school, senior secondary school, when I would have lesson tutor and I would hear male lesson tutor tell me things like, try to make sexual advances at me. I like to do disclaimer a lot. So as I go through the story, I may talk about things like abuse and sexual assault. So please, if it's something that is going to trigger you, I would just like to warn you ahead of time, and maybe you can utilize some of your coping strategies. But I'm here to be as open and as sincere as possible. So I will say it as it is. Thank you. So as I proceed, right? And then I would have male tutors who would tell me things like, you cannot learn. How about, and you are here for me, don't touch me, don't touch me. If you allow me to touch you, I'm able to, help your result and you will pass. So all these things that you're doing, things like that. And there were times when I'm feeling stuck and I want to go home and tell my mom, and my mom is not even hearing anything I'm saying. She's all like, exam to coma, sorry, what you're about, permit me, is that what we're supposed to be reading? Is that your book?
Don't worry, speak your Yoruba, we interpret.
So she says things like, is that the book you're supposed to be reading? Is that what exactly you're supposed to be doing? And there was no place that I could have considered escape, because at home there was the expectation of learning and academic expectations, and also the fact that parents were emphasizing how much they're spending on the school, and they're not seeing results, on the private tutors and they're not seeing results. So all that was negative. And in the school as well, you're having teachers who are also coming down on you and emphasizing that this person that did this, or they have two heads, your own head is big, yet nothing. Those are some of the things that was constant. And I was that young child in the middle of knowing that sexual assault, I didn't have a term to it at the time, but it just felt wrong to me and I did not know how to help myself. And then the places that I felt like I could go to for help, they were telling me to produce results that the person who was actually trying to sexually assault me was asking me that it would give me that result for. That was a very confusing space to be in. But I navigated through that. And then I also had situations where the school would have low flyers group and decide to announce the people who qualify for the low flyers group on the assembly. Things that would purposely put you in the line of fire. Again, if you're a parent or a teacher and you have a child that is navigating an unusual situation, be it dyslexia, be it any other thing, empathy is the first line of action. And in trying to motivate, understand first that there's some things that you consider motivation, but they have adverse effects. So, being called on the assembly as a low flyer, what the image it does to me, and the fact that I was already trying to impress people to be my friends in the first place, they're not going to see me as good enough, and all that many things. And that was how I went through that. And then I proceed and I go into A levels. And A levels is another jungle on its own. And I did my A levels in the premises of the University of Ibadan, which opened me even to more people. And then I met someone one time who tells me that, do I know that if I take marijuana, I'll be able to focus and be able to read? Now I think back, if I did take that, I did take it, but it did not help me focus because I couldn't still learn with it. But now I think back, peradventure, when I took it, there was placebo effect and I felt like it helped me to learn. Today, fast forward, we will be talking about a drug addiction case, right? Again, see how this thing trickled down. It could have started as an academic issue, but it has trickled down into so many other things. Already, I said that I had a terrible sense of self. So this also meant that even when it came to romantic relationships, relationship with the opposite sex, I started feeling the need to, soak in any little attention that I was getting, since I wasn't getting the attention from home, since at home everybody's talking about how I'm not learning. So if any little small person just gives me very small toxic attention, I take it. I'm like, yes, bring it. I want it, because I'm not getting it anywhere else, right? And those things made me susceptible and vulnerable to, things like sexual assault, things like, introduction to drugs, and many things like that. A-levels finished, and I finally decided that, you know what, I quit. All this thing that has to do with school, I don't want to have anything to do with it anymore. If I will sell pepper, no problem. I don't mind. Like, let's just get this over with. And in the period where I decided to quit, I wasn't met with open arms, of course. I was at home in my Nigerian parent home, and as small as I want to take water in the kitchen and my mom is blocking my view, and I say, Mommy, please, can you excuse me? She said, if you're in school, I will not be blocking your view. Like things that were so unrelated. They would always, and sometimes during prayer, morning devotion, or even evening devotion, you're hearing things like, God, please enter into the heart of Oladoyin, open her brain, different things. And note that this Oladoyin in question did not even have an understanding of why she was going through what she was going through. Today, I can tell you it was dyslexia. At the time, I did not know what dyslexia was. I was just that child who was different from everyone else, and there was that pressure from every angle. And when I couldn't take the frustration anymore, I decided that life was not worth living. So I wanted to commit suicide. I planned it, I thought about it, I rationalized it. Even, some of the biggest struggles when people rationalize suicide is the faith part of it, where if you kill yourself, you go to hellfire and all of those things. And even in that period, I rationalized it and I considered that maybe going to hellfire is not all that bad compared to what I was experiencing here. And eventually it made sense, and I was convinced that that was the next approach. So I go around the house one day looking for all the drugs I could find in every corner, and I poured everything into a bag. If I see paracetamol here, wherever I saw, I just collected it, because the more the drugs, the more it can scatter the things. And I proceed, and I wanted to like overdose on drugs, because again, I was rationalizing the process. I knew that I had low stamina for pain. I knew that all of those many things. So eventually I settled that overdose would be good. And then I decided to take it. But luckily for me, I had a friend in my house that day who stopped me. We struggled. I fought her. I injured her a bit, but she was able to overpower me, and that stopped that from happening. And again, when I look back at the how life has progressed, I see ways in which God has shown up for me. I know we're not all Christians on this page, but please permit me to speak about things that I freely think about. I'm not trying to preach religion to you on this page. I'm just really trying to share my honest experience as it is, right? So I see, and a friend was there. She stopped me, and I was back to, feeling the way I was feeling, right? And okay, I didn't commit suicide. But what next? What becomes of my future? What is going to happen to me? I'm not the beautiful person, in quote. I'm not the brilliant person, in quote. I cannot make it through school. I've dropped out of, all of those things. But another thing also was the fact that there was something within me that made me feel as though there was more to me than what I was experiencing. Because through the course of my life, I would oftentimes find some areas that I was good at. One of it was empathy. So for me, I have a sense of, if my life is not going well, at least the least I can do is contribute to someone whose life is going well. So, there are times when my parents would give me money for an exam, and I would choose to pay for someone's exam who the person is brilliant in the first place. So why waste money paying for an exam I will fail, when there's someone who needs to write an exam and they'll pass it, but they cannot afford it? And those are some of the things that also frustrated my parents, because how are we throwing money into this person that is not learning, and she's even still causing trouble? So, in quotes, I was a troublemaker. But for me, those were coping mechanisms. Those were the best way in which I could cope. So I hope this would inspire you to look into pattern of behaviors that you're seeing in your children and adolescents right now. Sometimes when they do certain things, it is a cry for help. Look into it. There is more to the picture than you will know if you don't look into it. So I proceeded into that, and I was now at home, always been raised during prayer points, during devotion. If I say mommy money for hair or daddy money for hair, they say if you're in school you collect pocket money in the first place. Those things that were just unrelated, and I just started thinking, what next? What becomes of my life? And I liked to cook, so I decided to proceed into culinary school. So another thing is dyslexics are oftentimes gifted in areas of strength in the heart. So we find some who have strength in culinary, some who have strength in design. Dyslexics are creative thinkers, they're entrepreneurial in mind, and they're innovators, right? So for me, one of my strengths was the fact that I genuinely loved cooking. So I decided to go into culinary school. And I learned how to bake, and I learned how to do a couple of other things. And I decided, okay, fine, I can make a business out of it. But very quickly, I realized that cooking isn't something I wanted to do commercially. Cooking was something I just wanted to be able to do for family, so I could, host people and do stuff. And next thing, like, you're not a beggar with choice. Beggars don't have choice. How are you finding a skill that you're finally good at? And then you are, all of those things kept me in a constant survival mode where I was willing to accept the bare minimum because I didn't think that I was supposed to go for more. But as Providence will have it, I found that I also liked to do design. So I went ahead to learn interior design, event decoration, set design, and production design for film. And that was in the space that I eventually was able to settle into. I enjoyed it. I did it. I was able to do a couple of projects on MTN, on Maggie, and a couple of things. And I suddenly started finding things that I was good at. And that in finding what I was good at, I started trying to recalibrate my sense of self. Maybe I am not bad after all. Even though I am abnormal, at least there's some little bit of normal in me. I started to rationalize, those things. And very quickly, I now became curious. What was now happening in school? What was that? What was that experience? And then one day I go to Google and ask Google, am I stupid? Am I dumb? Google is your friend, I tell you, but don't don't go to Google when you have a sickness and you're curious, because you might first die of hypertension before you get to the bottom of your sickness. But I go to Google and I ask Google, and Google goes telling me different things and all that. And one article catches my attention. It's an article by a lady called Susan, and she's talking about different learning disorders and things that can make students be labeled as dumb and stupid. And I came across dyslexia. And for the first time, it made sense. Like, for the first time, something made sense. But immediately I came across the word dyslexia. Next thing is I want to know if I am. It looks like I am, but I want to know for sure that I am. So I wanted to do assessment. And I couldn't find anywhere in Nigeria that was doing assessment for dyslexia at the time. So there came frustration and anger, because how am I finally at the brink of like my salvation and I'm blocked again? I always describe this phase as when you are put in a square box that is already smaller than you. So when you enter it, there's no moving room, right? And now this square box does not have a window. It is covered. It's just wood, 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 wood. So you're in it. There's no room to move. You cannot sit down. You cannot squat. You are just in that box. That's always how I describe it. It's dark. It's just blocked. That's always how I describe this moment. So I finally get to the brink of my salvation, and there is no resources as to how I can confirm whether or not I have this condition. And then I'm seeing that the resources are international. So I go to my parent that, okay, since you people have been frustrated for a long time, let me finally tell you that there's a solution. And then I tell them and they tell me, no, God forbid, oh, we reject it. Oh, don't put a label on yourself. You're not disabled in Jesus' name. We reject, we bind, we cast, all that, many, many things. And I'm like, what kind of problem is this? Like, why, like, which kind of wala, which kind of head did I bring to this land of the living? And this frustration and all that, but relentless, because finally I'm close to like a solution. I live them and I go ahead to reach out to some of this international organization. Thankfully, I sent a message to International Dyslexia Association and they respond to me, giving me links to resources where I now found more things and all that. And then I slowly started making posts about it on the internet. And that is what has now become an organization 8 years later. So what are the signs of dyslexia? Dyslexia, typically the signs are on a spectrum of mild, moderate to severe. So, no two dyslexic person experience it the same way. It's important that I give that disclaimer, but some of the signs include difficulty learning to read, difficulty with auditory processing, difficulty with word recognition. Word recognition is like when you're teaching a child letter A sound ha. At the very basic level of that, you need to teach a child who's dyslexic that like word recognition, the alphabet name, alphabet sound. For some other children, it comes to them automatically, but for dyslexic children, they need to be taught how to understand it, right? Dyslexics struggle with word retrieval. So another thing that I always say is that the science of reading, I give that example of science of reading when I started my session where I said that reading is a science, right? And how does this work? You see an information. Your eyes sees that information. It transfers information into your brain. And your brain processes what that information is and then makes meaning out of it. Now, for someone who is right brain dominant, my eyes is seeing an information, but my brain is not encoding it into something that can form a meaning for it to translate into knowledge for me to give it back to you. That's the explanation in the most basic form. So some of the things you will find is that dyslexics would be avoidant when it comes to academic activities. They would not want to learn. They would, oftentimes maybe throw tantrums just to avoid it. They have, when you talk to them or you engage them normally, they appear to be smart, but when you see them in the academic, it's not translational. Those are some of the things that are telling signs for dyslexia. Academic result is one of the telling signs when, they're not achieving academic result or they're not reading at the level of their peers. Those are, some of these signs. I like to also delve a lot into the emotional impact of dyslexia because I say it that dyslexia impacts more than the academic aspect of a child's life. And I have used my life as an illustration just to to tell this very closely to home so that you can relate to it as much as possible. So if you have a child who has dyslexia, what are you supposed to do? You need to first understand the areas in which they struggle. If your child is struggling with word recognition, there are ways to teach word recognition. You can do scavenger hunt with alphabet, and you can keep reinforcing it to the child finally understands it and can see it without help. If there's so many ways to engage a child using understanding their learning styles. Some people learn visually, some people learn kinesthetically. Kinesthetically is like when you do. Visual is like when you see pictures, when you watch videos. Some people are auditory learners and some people are read-write. So when you're teaching a child with dyslexia, one of the most proven strategies is the multi-sensory technique of teaching. Multi-sensory is when you engage all 4 learning styles simultaneously. Not that today you are teaching with kinesthetic, tomorrow you are teaching with auditory. Is that I want to teach a child here right now, and I'm using both kinesthetic method, both visual method, both auditory method, both read-write method to teach that same concept. Whenever I'm working with a dyslexic child, I say that sometimes even when you want to learn a concept and it's difficult for you to learn, because I eventually went back to school, I skipped that part, but when it's difficult for you to learn, what you need to do is you need to first fill your brain with the knowledge of that concept. So if I want to learn, for instance, the psychology of osmosis, that's not a real thing, that doesn't make any sense, but that's an example. The psychology of osmosis. First thing is I need to first break down the concept, understand what is psychology and what is osmosis, and fill my brain with knowledge of that concept so that when I go to class and my lecturer is talking to me about the psychology of osmosis, there are things from my brain that I can retrieve to connect to what the lecturer is saying. I use the word psychology of osmosis because that's sometimes how some topics sound in our head. We cannot form a mental meaning of what it is. It's not pictorial. There's no pictorial knowledge. Our brain isn't processing what you're saying, and we're not learning it. So, but if we can break it down, psychology, osmosis, at least our brain can start to now make excuse of, okay, maybe the psychology of osmosis is that when osmosis is when something is evaporating, okay, now psychology is the study of the mental health and mind, right? Okay, do you understand? That's when the brain starts to make a connection. And that's how a dyslexic person can learn. Another proven strategy for dyslexia is structured literacy. And that's because when you find a child who has dyslexia, they oftentimes are unable to read, right? And at the most basic level, word recognition, alphabet name, alphabet sound, blending, two-letter word sentences, three-letter word sentences, rhyming, comprehension passages, things like that. There's a structure to literacy. Literacy follows a step-by-step approach. And with most dyslexics, people, the school system has been pushing them without helping them to learn how to read. So when they now start getting introduced to other subject concepts, they don't yet have the foundation of learning to read in the first place. So introducing them to other complex subjects in mathematics, in social studies, in basic technology, you first need to solve the foundational issues, which is the learning to read, which is where the structured literacy approach comes into place. So with that, I think I'm gonna, I don't know, I wasn't looking at the time. Yeah. So yeah, I've come to the end of my session. Very happy to take any questions.
Wow.
Thank you so
Oh,
much. Thank you for sharing your experiences and the journey you went through. I'm sure a lot of people have questions. I have a question, and the question is, how did you go back to school?
Okay.
So, what motivated you to go back to school, and what motivated you to study psychology? That's my question. So, I'm handing you over to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So,
all right.
quickly answer that question. I started advocating for dyslexia, like I said. I started talking about it on my page while also trying to navigate getting answers as to whether or not I have dyslexia. So, in trying to find answers, I also now started talking about it on social media, and people now started, responding to it. But as someone who had self-esteem issues as well, sometimes I will make a post 2 hours or 3 hours on the line. I'll go and delete it because I wasn't feeling as confident about it as I should be. And those were like some of the things that was happening. But over time, people started to relate to it so much, and people now started asking me questions. And now you're asking me questions that means if I'm looking for questions by myself. So what that looked like was I now started going to sort for answers. And the more I started seeking answers, I came across the field of psychology. And, the field of psychology was something that I was intrigued by because beyond my dyslexia as well, there was self-esteem issues. There was the part where I struggled with suicidal ideation. There was, so many other parts, sexual assault, drug use, name it, you know. And so it became like a learning on the job kind of situation where I was empowering myself as well, and as well as trying to also empower other people. But ultimately, what finally led me to going to school was the fact that I oftentimes encourage dyslexics to believe in themselves, push through. But it was very necessary for me as well to apply what I'm preaching to other people. And so I ultimately was like, okay. And then, of course, my parents as well will say, oh, I know that you're learning design. I know that you're making money from me, but school is very important. School. Coupled with all that factors, I eventually was like, okay, you know what? Let me try school again. So in 2017, I took the decision to go and study psychology in Reading University. That was where Mr. Tengod, who just spoke here, was one of my lecturers. And
Wow,
yeah,
that's so good to
I think
know.
I'm here
Thank you very much. So we have a question, and I also have a question. So maybe I'll just combine them together, so you can answer them at once. So, Miss Oluwaseun says, please, how can we relate the issue of forgetting answers in the exam hall and remembering after submission?
now.
Can that be equated to dyslexia? And my
Hmm.
question is, how do we differentiate between a child who is just I don't want to say being difficult because that's the wrong thing to say. I've learned that here today.
Hmm.
A child who has the ability to learn, but due to certain things at home, is not learning. How can we differentiate between that and someone who is actually suffering from dyslexia? And
Okay.
another thing, how were you able to forgive your parents? Yeah.
Okay. So I know that you try to combine all that question at once. I remind you that I have dyslexia, so I would try and answer it, but when I forget, you remind me, right? Thank you. So the first one I remember is the last one you asked. I was able to forgive my
Okay.
parents.
Yes.
The one before that, you're gonna have to ask me again.
No problem.
But how did I learn to forgive my parent? I learned to forgive my parents also through the work that I do. So through One Word Africa, what we do is we also have something called the Dyslexia Tribe, which is a support group for people living with dyslexia. And oftentimes you will meet people who have also had the same experience as you've had. And while encouraging them and teaching them on things that they can do to, lessen the burden of unforgiveness and the weight that they carry due to the experience that they've had. Sometimes he also speaks to you that all that thing that you just told that person in that session, you that you said it's where's your own. Those are some of
Exactly.
the things that brought it to the center for me and caused me to now start making changes and actively doing that. And then ultimately, James Amuta, who was a filmmaker, a documentary filmmaker, also decided to do a documentary on dyslexia. And in that documentary, it was the first time where we had my parents in it. And that was the first time we actually openly had that conversation about my dyslexia, how I felt, how they felt. And in that period as well, forgiveness also happened. That documentary is called Demystifying Dyslexia. It's
Okay.
currently making rounds on film festivals, but anytime from now, I'm sure it will be on our screens.
Oh, I'll be looking forward to watching it. So the question Oluwaseun asked is, when you write your exam, you forget things, and then you step out, you remember. Is that also dyslexia?
Okay, so dyslexia is a combination of many characteristics, right? So in psychology, we have the DSM-5, that's its diagnostic statistical manual, where for every conditions there are a list of characteristics that the person has. So this is one of the characteristics that you would see amongst the things that dyslexics oftentimes face. But if this is working in isolation, if the only thing is that a child forgets answers in exam, we should focus on things like memory issues and helping the child learn with mnemonics and things like that. It may not be dyslexia. Dyslexia is when, in addition to forgetting, they're struggling to read. The characteristics, when the child has like 70% of the
Hmm.
characteristics, then we can term it dyslexia,
Okay.
right? So it's more than just this, but we can oftentimes find this like things like this. But again, when you're working with dyslexia, you need to identify all of the issues that the child has and tackle it as it is. So if it's a thing of forgetfulness, start doing like memory activities and things that can help the person remember. With things of reading, start doing things like structured literacy program. With things like that. So you tackle the issue at one at a time by identifying first what this specific issues this child has. I also remember your question, and you asked me about when a child is in quote trying to be difficult, how can you tell it apart? And what I would also say is this: still referring to the statistical manual, dyslexia is diagnosable. There's an assessment that can be done to detect dyslexia. But oftentimes, when we come across conditions like sometimes I'm saying, oh, struggle to read and all that, and I meet a lot of people come and tell me, oh, this child cannot read, it's dyslexia, and I say that dyslexia, in my definition, is a specific learning difference. It impacts only learning. So when we test for intelligent quotient and we see that this is not an intellectual disability, Okay, let's see. We test your reading ability. There's so many things to test before you conclude that it is dyslexia. So if we have a child like that as well, is maybe throwing emotional tantrums and difficulties like that, investigate. You need to take data, observation, conversation, gather evidences, just so that the conclusion is informed. It is possible that they're being difficult because they're trying to be avoidant of school tasks because they find it hard. It could also be that they're facing some other emotional issues at home that is impacting their learning. So it might not be dyslexia and it could be dyslexia.
Okay, wonderful. We actually have lots of questions, but I think you've been able to give answer to their questions. They're asking questions like, okay, a child that learns bit by bit,
Mhm.
and when you try to push them beyond their capacity, their learning pace crashes. Is it dyslexia?
So
So, but
yeah.
yeah.
Dyslexics also, yes, they take information in bits, which is what just happened with me right now when I was asked a couple of questions and I didn't remember all of it. So dyslexics, yes, is patterns in dyslexia that you see them take things bit by bit. But like I said, there's a diagnostic statistical manual. If some of these conditions are in isolation, it may not be dyslexia. But if in addition to this, there are other characteristics that are pointers for dyslexia, then it could be dyslexia.
Wonderful. So one thing I'm taking away is one shouldn't self-diagnose. You need to seek professional help. They need to carry out a
Yes.
test, for
Yeah.
you to know if this is actually dyslexia. Because another person is asking that how about people who, no matter how much they study, they don't go beyond the C grade. But we need to
Mhm.
find out. We need to carry out the tests, right? We
Yeah.
shouldn't
Um,
self-diagnose.
mhm.
Okay.
But I
Yeah.
want to respond to that as well. So
Okay.
there's a program called the Study Skills Program, and Study Skills Program is pretty much me documenting how I was able to navigate the school system when I went back. Because prior to going to the school system, I was that let my people go president of let my people go association, where I would often just get the mark, because I was doing extra lessons, so I would often just get that mark that would not make me repeat the class. But I was not a high flyer. I was just there, like, again, president let my people go association, you know repping. But after I went back to school, I started to now first understand the ways in which I learn. And that now started to help me to learn smarter and achieve good academic grade. So for a person like that who keeps getting a C, one of the things you should explore is actually understanding how you learn. It's possible that you've immersed yourself in trying to just cope with the way the learning happens in the traditional setting, but you have not connected to how you can actually learn. Because if you train yourself, if you're able to navigate how you learn, it's more enjoyable for you, and exactly learning styles. It's more
Wow.
enjoyable for you, and you are now also able to achieve academic results. Another thing I also say is when I do study skills program, I teach students about strategies. Strategies is things like note-taking strategies. Strategies is things like understanding the lecturers and what the lecturers want. All of those things combined would help you attain good academic result and help you surpass getting just the average, which is a C.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So, we need to know our learning styles. Do not treat symptoms in isolation. Seek professional help. I don't know if I can chip in an example. Sometimes last year or so, I sat my husband down. I was like, you know what? I have ADHD. I need to be taken to a therapist right now. Something is wrong with my brain. And the guy was just looking at me like, no, no, you don't just know how to do time management. You are just lazy. Put these plans in place. When you're working, sorry. He says,
Sorry.
when you're working, put away and he told me what to do. I tried it and I'm still doing it till now. And all those symptoms I thought I have, they've all gone. So
Mhm.
sometimes we need to stop self-diagnosing, yeah, and go
Yeah.
for professional help. Thank you so
Yes.
much. We're so grateful to have you. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So now we'd love to bring Miss Oluwatoyin on board. I know she'll have one or two things to say.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam. Let me call you Madam. Madam Oladoindo. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us. Thank you for at least you've opened the eyes of a lot of parents here on what dyslexia is all about, and you spoke to us about your struggles and the things you experienced while going. I know yesterday, one of the speakers, in fact, the first speaker, Dr. Montreal, said something. He said most times children that have one that are diagnosed for one a mental health issue also have another one. So most times children have comorbid mental health disorder. So for you now, you said it was dyslexia, and along the way, suicidal ideation came in. If you had continued with the marijuana, drug abuse might have come into it and all that. And one of the things I tell parents that most times these children that actually use drugs, something would have led them into using it. When I have sessions with my patients, I tell them that yeah, the first drug or the first use might be a moral failure, but your continuous use, like David said, there's a difference between drug use or drug abuse and addiction. So for some people, they're actually genetically predisposed to getting addicted to substances. Thank God you are not, because if you were, it's not the story we'll be talking about now. So thank you so much for sharing your personal experience, and also thank you so much for letting us into your world. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're moving on, I believe, to our very last speaker. Her. Can you guess who that is? It's no other person but a Hebrew convener, the person who has done this great thing, who has brought everybody together, who made it possible for us to drink from this wealth of wisdom from yesterday, all the way from yesterday to today. Look at the lineup of speakers we heard. It wouldn't have been possible without her. And I just wanted to say thank you, Matua, in the comment section. I want you to appreciate that, because if you have to pay for all this, if you have to pay for each one of the psychologists, therapists, medical, if you have to pay for each one of them, you know how much you have to, pair with. But she said, don't worry, just sit down in your house. I'm bringing them to you free of charge. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much. We're so grateful. And we know that you're coming on now to come and cap it all, to come and tell us something that we're going to have in our hearts for the rest of our lives. So I'm going to leave now and just let you do your thing. Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. So good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us for since yesterday. Today you've spent like almost 4 hours here. Thank you so much. So today I'll be talking about your role as a parent in preventing mental disorder in the lives of your children. So one of the things we need to know as parents is that the first thing, your first role in the life of your child, you are to parent the child. And before you can parent your child, you need to equip yourself with skills, with resources, with information, so that you know what you are doing. So you won't, like I was telling the our moderator today. I said she's very lucky because she has very young children and she's actually learning. So it's not as if she's doing try and error. She's learning and she's going to implement all the things she's learned. So parenting involves you learning. Parenting involves you developing yourself. You cannot say you're raising children and you're not reading, you're not going for classes, you're not going for sessions, and you want to raise well-balanced children. Even if you want to do it in the spiritual realm, you still need to read the Bible. You still need to go for biblical courses and all that. So the first thing in parenting is a skill. Parenting is a process. I need to write that down. Parenting is a skill. Parenting is a process. So why do I say parenting is a skill? There's no one that came to earth with the skill of learning how to raise children. For you to raise well-balanced children, you have to learn. You have to equip yourself with so many skills. And what are the skills you need to equip yourself with? Emotional intelligence, child development, problem-solving skills, discipline, behavior management. There are so many skills you need to equip yourself with for you to raise your child. Now, why is parenting a process? Parenting is a process because you can't just say you've given birth to a child and that is it. The child becomes the best version of yourself. No, the parenting is a process whereby you need to start teaching the child step by step what the child needs to know, what the child needs to do to become that well-balanced person. So one of the definitions I use when it comes to parenting, I said parenting is a process that involves you promoting and supporting the emotional, the mental, this physical, the social, the spiritual, intellectual development of your child. So for you to have children who are mentally and emotionally stable, you need to be present in the life of the child. You need to go through the process. You need to get involved in the raising of this child. Parenting is not you just so you cannot call yourself a parent because you've carried the child for 9 months, or because you've donated the sperm and you fertilized the egg and the egg became a child. That doesn't make you a parent. What makes you a parent is your ability to teach, guide, direct, influence, and raise your child. So let's say it. What makes you a parent is your ability to teach, to guide, to lead, to influence, and to raise your child. That is what makes you a parent. So you cannot say, "Oh, because I've given birth to a child, that's you're just you're just the channel the child came through to earth." Do you understand? So, but what makes you a parent is ability to teach, your ability to equip your child with necessary skills, your ability to lead the child, the ability to guide the child, the ability to influence the child to becoming the best version of himself and of herself. That is what makes you a parent. Now, what are the things we need to do that can help us to raise emotionally and mentally stable children? First thing we need to look at is your parenting style. When we talk about parenting style, what is parenting style? Parenting style simply is the way, the strategy you use in raising your children. I hope somebody is typing. Parenting style is the psychological construct representing the standard strategies, attitude, and behavior that parents use in raising their children. In simple English, parenting style is the strategies and the attitude and behavior you use in raising your children. Parenting styles reflect how a parent interacts with a child in terms of discipline, in terms of emotional support, in terms of communication, in terms of nurturing. Your parenting style reflects how you interact with your child in terms of, number one, the way you discipline your child. If you remember yesterday when I started my session, I said discipline is not punishment. Discipline requires you putting structures, putting systems in place to ensure the child ends up doing the right thing. Your parenting style reflects how you emotionally support the child. Your parenting style reflects how you communicate with the child. Your parenting style reflects how you nurture the child. And one of the things we need to know is that our parenting style is shaped by the way our parents raised us. Our present parenting style is shaped based on family tradition, cultural beliefs, our own parents' experiences, things happening around us. These are the things that shape our parenting style. So, for example, a mother that is in America, you know that mother will not be shouting at her child or hitting the child because she knows that the child can call the police and she will be arrested. True or false? Let's go to the comment section. True or false? A parent that is raising a child in either America or UK would not hit the child because she knows the child or even the neighbors will call and say, "Oh, there's this lady here that's maltreating her child, blah, 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 blah." So your culture, the way you live, the environment you live also is a factor that determines the type of parenting style you're using. So your parenting style is very important when it comes to the mental health of your children, of your child. One of the research I did is the impact of parenting style on the mental health of children and adolescents. And I'll be talking to us about my findings. So what are parenting styles? I've spoken about what parenting style is. So we have 4 major parenting styles. four major parenting styles. So what are these parenting styles? Number one, we have one that is known as authoritative parenting style. We have authoritarian parenting style. That's the second one. We have permissive parenting style. We have neglectful parenting style. All these four parenting styles have a certain impact on the mental health of your child. So let me start with the authoritative. So authoritative is different from authoritarian. I want us to know that. So when we talk of authoritative parenting style, what do I mean by that? This is the parenting style whereby there's warmth, high warmth in the home, there's clear expectation, there's open communication in the home, the child feels loved, the parents express love to the child. So let me say it again. Authoritative parenting style is a parenting style where there is warmth in the home, there is structure in the home, there is high expectation in the home, there is clear communication in the home, and the parents are responsive to the child's need. That's authoritative parenting style. Now, one of the things we need to know is that research has shown that parents who use this parenting style in raising their children end up having children who are able to self-regulate, children who are able to manage stress properly, children who are great in resilience, children who are emotionally stable, and children who are able to adapt to life. And these individuals are less susceptible to having mental health issues like anxiety or depression because they've been taught how to manage their emotion. They've been taught how to communicate. They've been taught how to use coping mechanisms. Now, the next parenting style I would like to talk about is the authoritarian parenting style. I hope you're learning, and I hope you guys are jotting things. I hope I'm not going too fast. Okay. Okay, great. So authoritarian, thank you so much. Authoritarian parenting style. So I spoke about the authoritative. So I want to talk about the authoritarian now. So when you talk of authoritarian, this is the parenting style whereby there's high expectation. So the parents expect, oh, you must come out with A, grade A, you must do this, you must do that. However, with little support from the parents. So the only thing the parents will do here is they give the strict rules. This is how it is done. This is how it must be done. No support, low responsiveness. The parents just focus on obedience and control because that's the dialogue. That's the only thing they understand. There's no room for open dialogue, as in, oh yeah, let's communicate. They don't communicate in this kind of home, right? There's no communication in this kind of home. So authoritarian, high demand, low warmth or low love. The parents expect that, so the expectations are so high. However, the parents are not responsive, and the parents do not show enough love and warmth to the child. In this parenting style, the parents do not allow the child to use the initiative. Helicopter parents. They just want, they're the ones giving rules, instructions. This is how it should be done. This is how I want it to be done. Blah, 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 like that. That's authoritarian. Now, research has shown that parents who raise children like this, or children who are raised like this, they often have a high level of anxiety, depression, and low self-esteem. So you can imagine what happened to our previous speaker when she said she had issues with her academics, and her parents were like, why are you not going to school? Why are you not going to school? And she said she had very low self-esteem. She said she became suicidal and all that. Do you understand? These are the outcome of you raising your children with so much rules. You don't show the child love. You don't give the child room to use his or her own initiative. Everything is just about you. You must obey me. I'm in control, XYZ. Children raised like this, they tend to have a high level of anxiety, they tend to have depression, they tend to have low self-esteem. They also, because there's no emotional support from the parents are always strict, discipline is harsh, harsh, harsh. They tend to be so much, they tend to be afraid. They tend not to want to, they tend to second guess themselves. Adolescents raised in this household might struggle with social skills. They might not be able to interact with other people. They might not be able to know how to, be friends, to make friends. They just keep to themselves. And not just that, these individuals, they tend to internalize stress. So because they internalize stress a lot, there's every tendency of them breaking down or having a mental health issue, basically. So the next parenting style I'll talk about is the permissive. Permissive here is the parents, when it comes to loving, oh my goodness, they love the child to bits, too much. However, when it comes to discipline, there's no discipline. There's no level of expectation from the child. The child just comes and goes, So most times, parents who do this is either when they were growing up, their parents were very strict with them. So parents who had authoritarian parents tend to be permissive parents. And not just them being permissive, another reason for some parents doing this is they tend to use it to compensate. Maybe they're parents that they're always out, they're looking for money, they're they're always out. So they now compensate, they try to overcompensate their children by buying things for them. They're always buying things. Oh, I love you. The child, no, don't touch my child though. Do you know how long I waited for this child? So they tend to overcompensate, either due to one area that they're not doing too well in, maybe they're not always at home. So they just overcompensate by buying things. In terms of, they show so much love. However, they don't demand, there's no expectations from the child. There's no structure in the home. There's no discipline in the home. And what is the mental health implication of this? Children like this, they have no boundaries. They have no boundaries. They are not able to self-regulate. They're impulsive. They are the ones that, oh yeah, let's go to Tafancha. They'll say, oh yeah, now let's go. They'll just go, 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 go. Have you tried this drug before? What is it? Oh yeah, now they'll try. They have no level of self-control. They're not resilient. Any small thing, they're already shaking. They're not able to manage stress at all. And because of this, they tend to have behavioral issues. They tend to have anxiety and depression. Okay, so let me see. So we have the authoritarian, we have the permissive. Yes. So it's very important as parents to identify the way you're raising your children. How are you raising your children? How are you raising your child? Are you an authoritative parent? Are you an authoritarian parent? Are you the parent that is very permissive? There's no control, no discipline, no structure. The child can go to bed at any time. The child can wake up at any time. The child can eat there's no discipline. So somebody said we have to strike a balance. Absolutely. We have to strike a balance. Absolutely. Somebody said, I'm learning parenting style for the first time. Glad I joined because I thought this training was over. No, this is the last session for this training. No. So as parents, you need to understand. So I'm going to talk about that. So let me talk about the last parenting style. So the last parenting style is known as the neglectful parenting style, or some people call it uninvolved parenting style, whereby the parents are not involved in the life of the child at all. The parents are detached. no guidance, no warmth, no attention. The parent is just focused on, I don't know what parents is focusing on, maybe their life. you know? And parents, when it comes to uninvolved parenting, their mental health of the children are the poorest of all because there is high rates of depression. There's difficulty forming trusting relationship because to them they've not been able to, that attachment, they've not been able to form an attachment with their primary caregiver, which is their parent, and it will be difficult for them to form attachment with other people, so they don't even know how to build social support or the social capital. Also, because there was no emotional support in the home, because there was no structure or guidance in the home, there's an increased risk of substance abuse. I remember there was a particular patient I worked with one time, and this patient started using drugs as early as 9 years old. Nine. When Mr. Falarami was talking, I said the age of onset is actually lower than 60. Nine. I've seen I've worked with patients that have started using drugs as early as more than nine. Nine is the youngest I've seen. Nine, yes. And when you ask where were your parents, they were in their home, but their parents were not involved in the lives of these children. Their parents just provided money, and so you can imagine a house where maybe the children are like 100 or 50. I'm just exaggerating, maybe like 10 or 5, and the parents are not involved in the lives of the children. So because of the lack of emotional support, the lack of structure, these children there's a high risk of the children or the child getting involved with substance abuse, social isolation, and also other forms of mental issues. So as parents, it's very important that we build emotional attachment with our children. It's very important that we build a trusting relationship with our children. It's very important that we teach our children emotional regulation. If you notice, all the speakers spoke about emotional regulation, all from yesterday to today. All the speakers spoke on emotional regulation. It's very important we teach our children emotional regulations. It's very important we help our children to find themselves. Who are they? Identity, in terms of identity formation, self-discovery. It's very important we help our children to do this. And if you remember when I spoke about the definition of parenting, I said parenting has to do with you teaching, you guiding, you equipping, you influencing your children to be the best version of themselves. If you're not teaching your child, if you're not equipping your child, if you're not guiding your child, if you are not raising your child, influencing your child, other people that have no business doing these things for your children will be doing it. And guess what? They'll be doing it the wrong way. So as parents, what are you doing? What is your own parenting style, if I may ask you? So I've spoken about 4 parenting style, or 4 ways we can raise, 4 ways or 4 strategies parents are using to raise their children. And I said the characteristics of these 4 strategies has to do with, number 1, your warmth, how you love the child. How do you love your child? Number 2, the structures you have in the home. What structure do you have in your home? Number 3, your expectation. How do you guide? What kind of expectations do you have? How do you guide your children in meeting up with their expectation? Number 4, emotional support. How do you support your child emotionally? Discipline. How do you provide discipline for your children? So as parents, it's very important that we are in sync. We know how we're raising our children. We know the styles we're using in raising our children. And like I said, if you don't know, you can learn. And that's why one of the things we do at the Smart Parenting Coaching Academy is that we have coaching programs for parents. We have a 6-week program. We have a 12 weeks program. We have the 1 month program, 4 weeks, depending on your schedule, right? One of the things I do, I work with parents on one-on-one. I do more of one-on-one. I don't do group coaching like that. I prefer to do one-on-one because that's where I'm able to impact the parents positively. I'm also able to guide the parents. I have some of the people I've worked with, they're on the call and they'll tell you that I do one-on-one. My one-on-one is not cheap, not affordable. It's affordable but not cheap, right? But it's value for money because I'm going to work with you. I'm going to help you to. We work together. We create your structure. We create your vision. We create your discipline plan. We create systems in the home. These are part of the things I do with parents. So, parents, it's important that we are present in the lives of our children. It's important that we are physically and emotionally present in the lives of our children so that we can raise them well. So that we can raise them well, we need to provide our children with skills so that they can learn how to cope and so that these skills will foster resilience in them. What are the skills we need to teach our children? We need to teach them problem solving skills. We need to teach them emotional regulation. We need to teach them critical thinking. We need to teach them social skills. These are all the things we do at the Smart Parenting Coaching Academy. We guide parents like you on how to teach your children these things. So our job at the Smart Parenting Coaching Academy is to work with parents so that they can work with their children and so that they can raise children who are mentally and emotionally stable. Another thing we do, or another thing you can do as parents, is that you need to provide your children with emotional support. You need to learn how to build trust with your children. We need to learn how to communicate effectively with your children. That's another thing we're going to do. If you remember when I read out the definition of parenting style, I said parenting style is your strategy. Is the strategy parents use in raising their children. And I said these strategies reflect how parents discipline, how parents provide emotional support, how parents communicate, how parents nurture their children. And these are things we teach in the Smart Parenting Coaching Academy. We teach you how to provide emotional support for your children. We teach you how to communicate effectively. We teach you how to nurture your children. We also teach you on how to set proper structure and discipline plan in the home. The Smart Parenting Coaching Academy is for parents raising children and adolescents, young adults. We have a plan for you. So as parents, it's very important that you, okay, somebody's talking here. Somebody said it is, also this is one of the women I work with, said it is what it is indeed uprooting my home and rebuilding it. Yeah, so Miss Temitayo Oshinawa is one of the people I've worked with, and I'm actually still working with her. So it's important as parents that we work with people who are ready to work with us one-on-one, who are ready to have your vested interests. Because one of the things I tell parents that parenting is not just something that you read on Google and do. Parenting involves you actually learning. You know, when I started, I said parenting is a skill and a process. A skill in terms of you need to equip yourself with the skills so that you can transfer these skills to your children. So, for example, if you as a parent, you don't know how to manage your emotion, how can you teach your children to manage their emotion? If you as a parent, you don't know how to manage your home, how can you teach your children home management? If you as a parent, you don't know how to problem solve, how can you teach your children problem solving skills? So one thing you need to know is that parenting starts with you. To raise children who are emotionally and mentally stable, you, the parent, need to be emotionally and mentally stable. Parenting is all about you. Parenting starts with you. So if you as the parent, you are not emotionally stable, If you as a parent, you have not equipped yourself with skills, if you as a parent, you do not understand or do not know the process of parenting, it will be difficult for you to raise children who are well balanced. It will be difficult for you to raise children who are mentally stable. So, for those who would like to join the Smart Parenting Coaching Academy, there's I'm going to drop a number here. So you can just send interested, and the details will be sent to you. Like I said, I don't do group coaching, I do one-on-one. I don't do group coaching, I do one-on-one. So I guess we'll be stopping here. Do you have any question when it comes to parenting? Any question? Let's start. Parenting starts with you. Absolutely. Parenting starts with you. Okay, so someone says parenting is a learning. So let me bring our moderator back. Thank you so much, ma'am. So like I said, I wanted our sessions to be very short. This last session was very short, so I
Yes,
go and sleep. So
it
those
was
are
very
interested
short but very impactful.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
So
And
do you
I
have questions? So let me allow you to talk.
Okay, so I'm looking through. I don't think any. No, I've not seen any question yet. Please, if you have a question, please drop it. And maybe you can also tell us which parenting style you're using presently, even though you might have to change after this call. I began to ask myself, I was like, which parenting style did my parents use actually? And I'm sure we can have a mixture, right? We can have
Oh, absolutely.
authoritarian.
So,
Okay.
so, so the thing about it is that the authoritarian has a mixture of everything. The authoritative has a mixture of everything. The authoritative. So authoritative has high discipline, high expectation involved in the life of your child. You set rules and regulations for your children. So it has a bit of everything. The
Hmm.
permissive is high love. The
Yes.
authoritative has high love. The authoritarian is mostly high expectation. The authoritative has high expectation. So for me, I would say the authoritative is a balanced parent. Some people call it balanced parenting, whereby you balance them. Okay, someone says she has a question.
Yeah, she's asking about the books that she can start reading. I'm sure Smart Parenting has
Oh, okay.
books.
So I have some
Yeah.
books. So I wrote so if so for parents, I have my smart parenting book, which I'll post the line. I'll post the link. Giant. So if you want to buy a book, you can go to this website. So we have the smart parenting book. So I'm putting the link. So those that want to buy, bring the other books, please. So if you want to buy any of my books, so this is the link. I have smart parenting. Smart parenting is for all parents, especially those that just want to start learning how to raise their children. This is for you, smart parenting. Then for those that are raising adolescents, you have children between the ages of 10 up to 24. This is another one. Help, who is the stranger in my home? Then for those who have children leaving home, going into the university or going into the boarding system, this is it. Preparing your adolescent for independent living. So I have these 3 books and the parenting journal on my website. You can get them. And these are part of the books I actually use in my coaching program too. So for those that are interested in the smart parenting coaching program, you get those books. These are part of the books you're going to get while we start our coaching program. So is there any other question? Okay, so I said
Um.
your advice for new moms. Okay.
Yeah.
So the best advice is the same thing I told our moderator, that start now. Don't wait until the child has started working. Don't wait until this child is in primary school or in secondary school. Start now. And the first thing to do is to identify why you're a parent. Why you're a parent. Then start equipping yourself with the necessary skills you need to raise your children well. Next thing is that you need to learn about child development, the different stages in development of the children, different phases, what is expected at each phase. The way you raise a child, a toddler, will be different from the way you raise a child, will be different from the way you raise a teenager and a young adult. In my home now, I have two young adults and a teenager. And the way we interacted when they were younger is not the way we're interacting now that they're older. So, as a young parent, you need to start by equipping yourself first with skills. What is it that you are lacking as a parent? What is it? What were the things your parents did that you didn't like? Start with that, because automatically you would repeat the same pattern with your children. And that's what we call past parenting pattern. It is automatic because it's already in you. You've stored the method, you stored all those things in your amygdala. So your child does something before you even think, you bring out one solution based on the way your parents raised you, and that is it. So young parents, start the teaching, start the learning now. Start learning how to, all the things you need to learn to become the best parent for your child. Please start learning it. And another thing I will say is that as parents, you need to know that each child is different, each child is unique. So the way you're raising A might not be the way you raise B. If you remember when Mr. David said, he said something that his older daughter is, she's risks, she does a lot of risky things. She loves the risky things. But the younger one is not like that. It's kind of calm. And because of that, he says he knows how he's going to raise the older one differently from the way he's going to raise the younger one. Okay, so he said, can you display the number or if interested in the parenting school again? Okay, let me look for the number. Okay, so I've seen the number. So that's the number. 08098477756. Like I said, it's an individualized program, one-on-one. It's not a group program. And because it's individualized, you're going to get value for your money. Thank you so much. Any other
Thank
question?
you. No, I don't think so. Everyone is just saying thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate your session, and I believe I will get in touch for more. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for your selfless service to every one of us. Thank you. We're so grateful. I learned a lot, and I'm sure everyone, they actually learned a lot too. And parenting actually starts with us.
Okay, so I want something. Everything you've learned, can we just go to our page on Instagram? Go to my page on Instagram. You see our posts. Just comment on all the posts, putting in what you've learned. I think that will be of good service to us.
Of course, and that would be a good way to say thank you. Remember, we didn't pay for this, so let's go there. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying till the very end. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to our convener. We say a very big thank you to everybody. And hopefully, we hope we get to do this maybe sometime soon.
Yes, we're having another one next year by God's grace.
Thank God.
But we're going to have it during the month for child and adolescent mental health.
Wonderful, wonderful. And thank you very much for having me. I really, really, really learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
All right.
We're ending it here. It's been a wonderful and excellent time with you. Very enlightening, very transformational, very empowering. We've learned a lot from all the speakers, starting from Dr. Muturayo to psychologist Maria, to Dr. Vivian, to our Mary, psychologist Mary, to Mr. David, Mr. Thank God, and Miss Oladoyin, psychologist Oladoyin, and finally myself. We've learned a lot. All the sessions have been very, very, very educative. Very, very educative. Thank you so much. Okay. We're signing out here.
Yeah, on this note, we draw the curtain. Bye, everyone.
Bye. So we're signing out. Bye bye, everyone.